Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Monday, October the 28th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, Torty, in our YouTube room. And, I'm not getting, guys, can you not hear me in the main room? Don't tell me you've got this problem. I know you guys can hear me in YouTube. Yes, okay. Usually I get a yes from William. Okay, guys, so let's get ready to roll. First of all, trade of the week is IBIT, Bitcoin Play. Suggested entry 39. And when they talk about those entries, they're always talking about market hours. Okay. I know that IBIT is above 39 right now. Now, if you want to trade it now, go ahead. But if you trade it at all, but that is the trade of the week this week. IBIT, obviously anticipating a bit of a surge in Bitcoin. Bitcoin's up $1,100 this morning. Oil. Look at XLE, guys. XLE. I don't even have to look. Well, I will look, but look at that 200-day moving average. So now it is below the 200-day moving average. So oil, I guess, oil prices dropping somewhat, which is really helping. I'm noticing some of the airlines. So take a look at Jets. Yeah, 1.6. But look at the surge in Jets, the ETF for the airline energy. What did I say? The airline sector. Excuse me. So yeah, Jets is on a roll. So some of the small ones this morning, EVOK. This is I think it's an obesity drug play. Yeah, another obesity drug play, guys. So massive pop up. Look at that, right through the 200-day moving average. Basically, doubling here from the close on Friday. That is a massive move. Super low float. We have 646,000 shares in the float, which is obviously very low. Not shortable for me at Interactive Broker. So what did this hit? This hit actually all the way up to $17.50. HCTI. The one is moving, trading higher because the China stock, I guess. Oh, this is Lens. I'm sorry. I'm looking for HTI. Okay, announced it acquired substantially all of the business assets and operations relating to cloud and technology domain. Okay, so a little bit of a press release for this company. There's the 200-day. You can maybe just see a glimpse of it on my daily chart. That green line moving down. PHG, I believe, is an earnings play. PHG, yeah, PHG is an earnings play. That's a big gap down, 16%. Yeah, look at this, taking all this out on the daily chart. On the weekly chart, the next low is 25.67, so about $1 to that next low. It's already bounced somewhat, 26.13 up to 26.49. PXDT. Okay, well, this is in jeopardy of losing $1 again. Actually, I had some news, obviously, after hours on Friday. Popped up to 339 or so. I can't see what the news is. Okay, just give me one moment. I'm going to have to reinstall my headline news. Not reinstall, just do another version of it. Yeah, I don't see any news. Obviously, the news hit on Friday afternoon for this PXDT. Sorry, just can't find the news on it, guys. There's got to be something, but it's had a big pullback, though. I mean, it got as high at 342 after hours on Friday, and it's back down to 1. So this already, the 2 days previous were already bad days. Anyway, that is, I don't know what the news is for PXDT. Glue, Glue, Glue. Okay. Novartis to pay Monte Rosa $150 million upfront up front to develop a new class of drugs. Really? That's big news. It's not a crazy low float, but 60 million in the float is not crazy high either. Eligible for future payments of up to $2.1 billion, as well as royalties. Well, that is big news for this company, Glue, up 26%. Amix, AMIX. Okay, obviously it is fallen off a bit because I don't see it. It's not up over 12%. Take a look at Amix. What is it doing right now? What? No, it's here. My goodness. It was right staring at me. Just sort of flitting around here. AMIX highs. And this is up after the company reported preliminary results. 100% of its responder group was able to eliminate opioid use and reduce pain scores. Well, okay. Obviously, good news for that company. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Another low float, 4.8 million in the float. So if it wants to keep going, the next high is around 16. What did it get to? And actually got above that. At the 1647 in the pre-market. And looking at the daily chart, the next high is 16. So it already broke through that earlier. Is PXDT a voluntary delisting? I don't see any. Okay. This was not today's news. This was on the 25th. Yeah, this was on the 25th. So this is not today's news. So that was on Friday, I guess. Yeah, announced they're going to delist. So why it's popping up? Yeah, I'm just going to forget about it then. What's the that news didn't? But that news actually, I mean, it looks like it hit right at after hours. But I see that news. I see that news at 13:20. So 3:20, not 3:20, but 1:20 in the afternoon on Friday. So anyway, I'll just forget about it. PXDT. Oh, really? Did I not choose the right? Ah, I didn't choose cinema. Thank you, Pepe. I think that works now, right? Okay, thank you. I'm off to a slow start mentally this morning. I get a great sleep last night. I selected the wrong selection within Streamyard. All right, keep going here, guys. So RVNC is moving higher after the company announced entered into the Sixth Amendment to its exclusive distribution agreement with the Teoxany. I don't know what that means exactly, but looks like this was a buyout over here. I mean, look at this week or these weeks over here, flatline. Looks like this was a buyout. So don't know really know. I don't really know what's going on with this RVNC. More expensive one, but wow. PRCT is an earnings play, guys. PRCT is an earnings play. Next high looking left is around 82. If it takes out 82, boy, it's got some room, 85. So this is an earnings play. Yes, GJT, it's just, yeah, it's not up 14%. So that's why I'm not seeing it here. But DJT still 8%, a little bit of a pullback. Fun, PHUN, moving along with it. PHUN. Again, still trying to recover from that shock on Thursday, I guess, when the CEO basically left. And that was, I don't think that was planned. So just kind of still recovering. And let's see, NCLH. NCLH is not an earnings by today. It's coming up on the 31st. NCLH. I have a feeling that these stocks are probably running because of fuel prices coming down for them a little bit. I mean, they were running ahead of that. I get that, but I wonder if today is just because XLE and oil prices coming down. So look at XLE, guys. Yeah, look at that. So now no ifs, ands, or buts. That is below the 200-day moving average. Take a look at retail. That's the only other one that was kind of, yeah, still kind of close to the 200-day moving average. And just as I was opening the room, Porch, PRCH, see, is it still up? Yeah, there it is, up 15%. Some news about, it's pulled back a lot though, after the company announced something to do with the Texas Department, excuse me, of insurance, has approved its application form and license a new homeowners insurance reciprocal exchange. And meanwhile, the overall market, the SPY, is in for a nice pop this morning. Actually, it's a little bit choppy this morning. Now, looking at the economic indicator, I think there's only one, or calendar. I think there's only one thing that could, yeah, the 10:30, the Dallas Fed manufacturing survey. So that's at 10:30, and then 1 o'clock we have the results of the $70 billion 5-year note auction. Okay. ALBT, guys, I'm hearing it. ALBT, ALBT. Yeah, a little pop here. Now, next high looking left, it's got some room. 534. Now, the 200-day moving average is a little bit above, lower than that. 521 is the 200-day moving average. So there's 534. So ALBT is on the move. Not sure why. Actually, it was halted. There was a halt. Oh, it's a reverse split. Probably, I'm sure, draw. I'm sure, draw. I'm sure, draw. You must have mentioned that one. So this is a reverse split today, I guess. ALBT. So it's a 1 for 15. So yeah, so divide that into that 10 million, you're going to get, well, Draw's got it there, around 690,000 shares. So that is the reason. So that's the deal with ALBT. So that float is another crazy low one underneath a million shares. All right, guys, I think what I will do is I will take a look at the sectors right now. Okay, so yeah, there's energy, guys. So what we're seeing here, these are the major these are the major sectors, and XLE, the major ETF for energy, as pointed out. Oil prices are moving down. APA, let's see what the volume is for. Yeah, good volume actually. There's APA, 102,000 shares in the pre-market. So you can just see. So what this means, 100%, that means that every single stock that makes up XLE is down from Friday's close. And you can see that technology, 89%, 100% of communication stocks. XLC, which is communications. Just trying to see if there's an eye. Gold was on a tear this morning. Okay, so what I want to do now is just want to take a look at all the sectors with respect to their 200-day moving average. So we already looked at retail and we looked at energy. Now let's take a look at healthcare, XLV. Yeah, healthcare's been fading a little bit here, guys. It's still above the 200-day moving average. You can't see it. 200-day moving average is 147.01. So, it's getting close. XLV healthcare is starting to get closer to the 200-day moving average. So take a look at consumer staples, XLP. Another one kind of drifting down. 77.50, 77.50 is the 200-day. Industrials, XLI. So well above, yeah, I just see a glimmer. You probably guys can't see this, but there's a little green line on that daily chart. So it's way down here, 124. So it's way above it. Financials, XLF. 4205. So yeah, quite a bit above it. Discretionary, XLY. Well, it's moving away. You can see it, but it's moving away from it. Utilities, XLU. Yeah, well above it. Materials, XLB. Well, look at materials. For the longest time, you couldn't even see these 200-day moving averages on the daily chart for most of the sectors, but you can see it still above it, but you can see it's starting to drift down into it. Communications, XLC, which we know are strong this morning. Yeah, you can see it though, and I know but it's moving away from it. And then technology stocks. Yeah, I mean you can see it. So as we speak, XLE is the only major sector underneath the 200-day moving average, as we see. So Polo, when you say what is this, what do you mean by that? What's this? You're in the trade ideas trading room, okay? If that's what you mean. Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. All right, Amex is still wow. So it took oh man. So it just cleared that 1650 like nothing. AMIF, something to do with opioids, I think. Yeah. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Not that I want to short it, but man, oh man, what a move. I mean, even that little pullback back to 11, and then it gets almost up to 20 on the daily in the daily chart. So really, the weekly chart will really tell the story. Can it get over 20? Because if it gets over 20, the next high is 26.41 or so. Let's think it's going to get there, even if it gets over 20. But there is a lot of room in this one. It's a low float, 14.8 million in the float, which is the reason why it can be up 141%. There's another one of the cruisers, guys, CCL. So we already saw NCLH, CCL. My guess is that RCL. RCL is probably an all-time high, if I'm right. Yep, lifetime range 101, 101%. So All-time high for RCL. All right, guys, give me one moment. All right, guys, I'm back. The run was running earlier, also, guys. RUN. I didn't see really any news on it. I was looking to see if TAN, the solar ETF, was really moving higher. I mean, it's up 1%, but I suppose we can say that maybe that's the reason. Run, and I saw Nova also, NOVA. I saw Nova also. So Run and Nova. Okay, so the VWAP for glue is 663. So it is now just below it's below the VWAP right now. Again, that's a pretty eye-catching press release. I mean, they're getting $150 million upfront from Novartis. It's not a crazy high float either, 60 million in the float. Definitely have to keep an eye on this one. I mean, today. I saw this one also, guys. I saw VERA. There was no volume. The volume is starting to pick up a little bit, 38,000 shares. I did see they had some news. Reveals, again, I don't know what these drugs are, but reveals 96-week stabilization, et cetera, et cetera. Phase 2B, kidney weak, kidney. So, I mean, obviously, the market is reacting very well to this. It's up 21%, 40 million in the float. The volume isn't great yet, but I'm sure it'll pick up. And that is for VERA, VERA. Now, this one is shortable for me in case it just wants to really start to slide. And this is almost a lifetime high. Looks like the lifetime high is right here, which would be about 50.65. This is almost a lifetime high for VERA. All right, guys, I want to get the layout that I'm going to use once this market opens up and running. So give me a moment here. Save this layout. All right, guys, just got to arrange a couple things here. Okay, let's see. He's not in the room, Grumpy. He doesn't show. He's not in the room. I don't know. I know I thought he said last week that it was going to be looked after, but evidently not. I'm not sure what to say. Contact him again, I guess. So, I know typically I don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Now, the exception can be on this 10-day daily breakout. Okay, it can be. If it is the exception, though, it's probably a very quick trade for me because I haven't seen even the ones I've done. They haven't had what I would call a sustained trend. So, so I'm still leaning to not trading in the first 15 minutes overall. It's not a log that goes to him, Grumpy. That's a tab we have in the room. He doesn't. It doesn't go to him. No, he's got 50 rooms or so that he. No, so it doesn't go to him. This is like my support. It's like asking him, is he checking Barry's homepage? All right, guys. Let's see. What is glue doing? Let me get this sort order. Change from the close. Boy, oh boy, this Amex, unbelievable. So this actually got over 20 in pre-market, got a little over 20, about 20.50. Stick an alert there. I mean, if it takes out that 20, we already saw that the next highs, I think we had to go to a monthly, a weekly or monthly chart. I think they are around 26. So what do I use for news? I use my Interactive Brokers headline news, Rod. Okay. I have Interactive Brokers. I think it's pretty good. You know what? I don't think I mentioned on. I know it's on my list, William. I don't think I mentioned on. I think it's an earnings play, isn't it? ON. I think it's an earnings play. Yeah, I know I didn't mention this one. So yeah, on is an earnings play. Now at the beginning, this was a gap up. When I saw it, it was up here. It was at 75. So then it's dropped. What a drop! No, I see. So that's what happened. So obviously, whatever he was saying, market didn't like it. Okay, guys, less than a minute to the open. So let's have a great start to this trading week. Okay. Again, I typically don't trade in the first 15. Try to let things settle down a little bit. And again, market's in for a nice, pretty positive open right now. Size up 3.5. All right, guys, we're now open for this week. So Keep an eye on some of the ones that were really, really active and see if they're holding any of their gains. Well, for instance, as in Amex. Look at this AMIX just ripping now. I just can't take it. I mean, I know what's on my 10-day daily breakout, but I just cannot take it. And it just got halted. Man, this just got halted. First halt of the week. I mean, first of many. Wow. Well, let's see where this could go. Okay, so again, my first showing this blue screen here. This is, of course, from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Time and sales from Interactive Brokers. So this is very strange. Give me a moment here. I got to make sure. Oh, I had the wrong one. Okay, I had the wrong one up somehow. Okay, so there's the halt price for Amex, AMIX 21. No big clue as to where it's going to open. Okay, now here's the glue. Okay, here's glue now. Remember, $150 million upfront. 661 is the VWAP. Okay, so it's a little bit below the VWAP right now. Okay, 661 is the VWAP. CCL is moving. CCL is moving. EVL, wow, this has got a lot of room, guys, on the weekly chart and the daily chart. Obviously, I had a terrible day on Friday. Okay, now it's at Friday's high, I believe. Yeah, a little bit above Friday's high now. I can't remember. Crashed. So it crashed. Should have crashed after admitting to improper revenue recognition. Okay, so that was the reason for the drop. I don't really remember this one, to be honest, on Friday, but trying to have a bit of a recovery. But that news is still there. Like it's not like it's disappeared. And here's Serve, guys. Look at Serve, SERV, Serve. Next high in the weekly chart, 1076. If it takes that out, the next high in the weekly chart is 1250. So there is room for Serve, SERV. Look at the pop. Didn't really see this in the pre-market. And look at this pop here for Serve. Again, that high right there in the weekly chart is 1076. So it's basically right there. Price target. I haven't seen these guys for a while. Ladenburg Thelman put a price target of $16. Yeah, it doesn't mean it's going to get there, okay? But I can't see any other reason why this is moving. I don't see any other analysts either. I just see this. I always find this a tough name to say. Ladenburg Thelman. Well, I didn't take any of the ones from my breakout right off the bat. I decided just to hold off. To my serve. Serve would have been awesome. Quick, though, very quick. Remember this one on Thursday and Friday, I believe. Yeah, look at IBRX. IBRX guys, IBRX. Friday's high was 753. So it has room still. Okay, AMIX resumed, and let's see, the halt was at 2107, so it is just a little bit below that now. Quite a bit below that now. And Evoke got halted, okay, on the way down. Looks like this got halted on the way down, EVOK. However, I have to wait and see what happens with this one when it opens. If you're unfamiliar with halts and resumes, and notice these are volatility halts. Typically, the halt is 5 minutes long. You can see that was exactly five. Well, almost to the penny, or to the penny to the second. Amex 930.27, open at 935.26. And their volatility halts, typically a stock moves up or down too fast in a short period of time. And there's sort of a pause for 5 minutes. This got halted on the way. Okay, so HTI got halted on the way up. So to me, it looks like there's some resistance for glue at around the $7 level. So, I mean, I know it popped. Well, maybe not. I don't know. It popped up well over $7 in the pre-market, got up to 822. Looking left on the weekly chart, though, you kind of see some stalling, maybe around 7. I have to put a price alert around that area and see if it takes it out, and then see if it can get close to that high of the day or the high in the pre-market. All right, WULF, Terra Wolf. Okay, a lot of volume, 7 times normal, 5 million shares are traded. This is showing up. This is okay, so it's a crypto play. This is a crypto play, okay, so in crypto, from what I can see anyway, Bitcoin is up about $1,000. How's that IBIT doing? IBIT is the trade of the week. The trigger was over 39, and it was over 39 in the pre-market, but yeah, it's pulled back a bit. So how you trade it, if you trade it, of course, is up to you. So the HCTI, yeah, no big clue really. $1.30 as to what. So I should explain this. So there's the halt price for HCTI. This column tries to give you a bit of a glimpse into the future as to where it could open. Okay, and but this number can change, can fluctuate. A lot of times, what you'll see if a stock gets halted, say at 130, you'll see, especially in the first halt, you'll see some prices here above that 130. But right now, there's no big clue. Well, there's the glue. There is the glue. Okay, guys, there's the glue. Okay. I mean, it's an eye-catching press release. I mean, that's the main thing. I have no idea if they can make money or anything like that, but it's certainly is an eye-catching press release for glue. Just watching to see how well it holds 7. So put this little price alert just over 7. Definitely interested in this one. It's also an AI alert. I see that also. All right, guys. Well, let's see if it works. Just hold 7, hold 7, hold 7. I'm talking to glue, GLUE. Man, HCTI obviously just wow opened, and what was the halt price? 130. So I see it's at 149 now. So guys, I took myself out of the glue. I'm going to get back in if it gets back up to that 710 mark. This reminds me of the one I did on Friday. 2 attempts before it finally really rocked. So what I'm going to do now is just put this price alert back around this level here, and see if it reclaims that. So this is halted again. So, oh man, HCTI halted again on the way up. Still like the glue, I just want to see it really obviously keep over $7 and move from there. Form a sort of have a $7 base. Oh, of course it's showing. Well, but any broker, Andy. Yeah, I mean and everything you see here is from the broker. Well, us, but the broker. It's all real time. Okay, I mean, your broker has halts resumes. You'll see the same thing. That is the halt price. All right, glue. Boy, this reminds me. What was that one on Friday that it took 3 attempts for me before I did well on it. Reminds me just the same thing. Flirting with the whole number. Might have been IBRX. Might have been. Notice we're still within the 15 minutes, that I don't like to trade, but Yeah, GNLN. I'm seeing this one in the momentum scan. That's up here also. So yes, so I'm looking at this daily chart. So the high on Friday was 245. So it's trying to get above that. If it can do that, 321 is the next high. All right, come on. All right, let's see if there's hold 7 this time for glue. I haven't had an alert set for ATGL. Must have been last week sometime. Not sure why. And oh yeah, look at this. What's the volume like? No volume. No volume. Might have been fun. I think you might be right, Rod. It might have been fun. PHUN that I think you're right. I think it was a couple of times I tried it before it finally kind of ran. Gaming stock guys, BYD, BYD. Boy, I haven't seen this one in a long time. I remember seeing this one quite a bit. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Look at Amex now. Wow, moving down. So that's about a $7 drop. Not quite, $4 or $5 drop. Well, you know what? Just how do they glue flat on that one? I got a good. I resisted taking some profit on it. I thought it was going to really rip a lot more, but all right. Well, let's move on. SLI. Let's see what's happening with this one. SLI. Volume is starting to pick up. So a lithium play. Okay. So the lithium play. Next high in the weekly chart is up here at 250. So it's got to get through that. So BYON. The next high looking left is wow, it's got room. 774 or 772 or so. So this one has some room. BYON. It is from our AI also. CABA, CABA. What's this one doing? Not very much volume. It's just showing up on some of my other scans. Wow. Well, if I'd been a betting man, I would have bet that glue would be the one as opposed to HCTI. I mean, glue is. I still. I may do it one more time. TWG. I saw that in the. That's still under a. That's amazing where it went down to, right? 80 cents. My goodness. Remember, Friday, Thursday. This was $13. It's down to 33 cents on Friday after the massive drop. All right, guys. Well, okay. This time I'm taking some profit. Right around the 750 mark, okay, on the glue. It looks like now it wants to run a bit anyway. It hit because it did get up to, what did I say, $8 in the pre-market right there. 820 in the pre-market. That's kind of your potential area where it could get to. Delete. You know, you think you're funny. Oh, so I'm so glad I took some off. I mean, this glue is all over the place, really, guys. I don't. I mean, it's. I mean, it's not. It's acting like it's about a 1 million in the float as opposed to 60 million. And there's the DJT. How's the fund doing? Is fun? Is it? If that CEO hadn't left, I'm almost guarantee fund would be a lot doing a lot better. Yeah, but what's your point, Grumpy? You know what? Why don't you start putting some great ideas in the room? Still don't know why you are here. I can never really understand it. PRCH guys, PRCH. Okay, that's the one. Okay, something to do with the Texas Department. Big float, 79. Well, for this price of a stock, 79 million. Yeah, there are shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers also. Obviously, I'm not wanting to short it yet, but $8. What was that again? 820 was the high. 824 or so was the high in the pre-market. 822 exactly. I have some left, but I'm glad I took some off at 750 because then it had the drop and then it's right back up. It's just strange to me that it's trading so volatile, like in such a volatile fashion. I thought by now it would settle down a little bit. You know, that's an eye-catching press release. Very eye-catching. Guts. Somebody's in GNLN. Good for you. This was something I had to take out right there. Yeah. So it took that out, 247. So if you're still in this one, 319 is the next high. Exactly, William. Exactly. I'm just surprised it's just taking it's so volatile still. Okay, guys, this is trying to recover somewhat. VIST, it's an energy play. Okay, it's an energy play out of where? Mexico. VIST. There's a high right here. That's a daily high that you're looking at, that red line, 54. Okay. Wow, the nukes, guys, the nukes. So this is now all-time high now. Okay, SMR, all-time high. SMR. The nukes are still obviously very active. All right, for glue, I have to put a price alert at with that $8 level. This is right there. I'm looking at that pre-market high. I want to see if I can take that out. First, it's got to get through 8. How about this one, EYPT? I'm looking at this one just because it's just a little bit above the whole number. Well, at that point, it is not. It is well, still above the whole number. EYPT, a little further above than I thought, though. Come on, glue. So close, guys. So close for the glue on the $8 break. There's another one on the way here is PRTA. Boy, it's got room on the weekly also. It's got about a couple of dollars, almost $20, the next high on the weekly chart, 1996. So it's got a couple of dollars on that next high, PRTA. Well, you can trade it the way you want to, Chris, but I mean, it's not it, it's not technically a trade of the week anymore. But I mean, if you know, you can obviously trade it if you want, but it's not technically a trade of the week anymore. Snacks, guys. Now, what's this one doing? Snacks. Halted on the way up. Okay. Now, where could this one go? So we have a halt for snacks at SNAX at 113. This is trying to tell us where it could open in the 5 minutes if it's a 5 minute halt. 128. So it's above that 113. And they actually came out with some news right at 10 o'clock, I guess. And that's the reason why it spiked up. And this is a strategic partnership with Dot Foods and secures a nationwide distribution with a major retailer. Okay, so that's the reason why it started to pop and then it got halted. Okay. All right, glue guys. So it was right at that pre-market high. And there it goes. Took out the pre-market high now. For how long? I don't know. If it drifts back down to 8, I'm probably out of everything. Now, I got to look left now to see where it could go on the monthly chart. So the next high in the monthly chart is 889. So that could be a stalling area also. Okay, guys, I've taken, just give me a moment. Yeah, I don't have very much left now of the glue as it's starting to drift down to the $8 level again. So don't have very much left. Takes out 8, I'm definitely out. Yeah, the nukes are going, I don't know, crazy, but NNE, yeah, there's NNE. So you can see there is the next high. Well, you can see on Friday, there was the high for NNE right here. Takes that out. And the next high is about $4 away. And that's for the NNE. Good for you. Somebody said they were in GNLN. Great, great trade for you. Okay, guys, EYPT. So the next high, that is the next high. You can't see it on the daily chart, but that red line actually represents the next high in the daily chart. And sometime this month, I guess, 1341 takes that out on a monthly chart. Anyway, wow, it's got a lot of room. Let me bring up a weekly. Look how active this Halls resumes is again. Okay, snacks, guys. Snacks, SNAX. So it had some news. There was a reason for the pop. And here it go. Well, for a while anyway. Here it goes for a while. Probably a low float. Yes, 2 million in the float. Look at the. Actually, the volume is terrible. Thought it'd be more by now. I mean, it's picking up obviously on that news, but wow, there it goes, guys. Didn't take it. I did not take this one. Boy, whoever took GNLN is laughing. Look at this move now, guys. Look at this move right here. I did not get into this one. That's a great break of Friday's high at 247, and now it's a break of Thursday's high, and now you've got way up here. I don't know what happened these 3 days. Why it dropped so much? But oh man, what a great! Because I know somebody said they were in it. It was you, Andy. Good for you. I mean, these are just all these ones we're looking at. I mean, they're just basically moving on their own because look what the market's doing. Market is starting to drift down, okay, a little bit. I mean, the Dow's still up, Nas is still up, SPY is still up, but we're starting to drift down. Now at 10:30, there is something on that economic calendar. Yeah, so 10:30, the Dallas Fed Manufacturing Survey, and that's at 10:30. So see if there's any news on this one that's causing this nice jump again for GNLN. I don't even know what they do. Vapes, really? Distribution and supply of vaporization products and accessories for vape shops. Okay. Well, let's see what's happening with MSOS, just the cannabis ETF. See if the whole, no, interesting. All right, guys, I want to take a look at some of these ones now. I'm going to go over, in fact, what time is it now? 10:09. Yeah, I'll go over my homepage right now. Got a nice promo on now for a while. Okay. Well, let me go to my homepage and show you, first of all, the promo that we've got going on right now for 25% off. And of course, I'll be showing you the scans that I'm currently sharing. All right, clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Just give me one moment. So here we go. Barry 25. That'll get you 25% off the first month only or the entire year of Trade Ideas. Okay. So that's a nice promo. I think it's going to, I want to say November 3rd or something, but So you've got some time, kind of a Halloween promo, if you will. So if you're unsure about trade ideas and you want to try us, so well, it's a good opportunity. You can try us for a month at 25%, and if you do like the program and you want to take it a year, we'll honor the 25% as long as you do it within the month. So in other words, you take it today at the 28th. Say by November 27th, you decide, yeah, I want to take out an annual. We'll honor that 25%. And obviously, the reason for an annual, your per month cost is less, but you've got to come up with the money up front. Nothing wrong with sticking on a monthly, okay? But a good opportunity to try us out for a month and see if you like us, okay? And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my promo code. That'll really help to keep the room free. It's really that simple. If you do take out a subscription, you must either get started. Again, this is a software program, so there is a bit of a learning curve. What we've tried to do in these 10 short videos is, just go over all the important aspects. The download and install, first startup and login. I'll scroll down here. Introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. Two important elements of trade ideas, okay? If you did all these videos, it'll take you about 30 minutes. And if you're new to Trading 101, this is for you. A free series of videos designed just for you. Man, that GNLN, that is the one, guys. What a tremendous percentage move it made. Daily stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it here, free of course. Trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Take a look at what it's doing. IBIT is a trade of the week. The trigger is over 39, so it is triggered. Now, how you trade it, if you trade it, is up to you. These are designed for longer term holds, but again, how you trade it, if you trade it, is up to you. Now, if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder, okay? No, Tracy, you can't. Question in our YouTube room is, can you configure the AI to look at small cap stocks between 50 cents and $20? Well, right now, that's what it's doing. You don't get so many alerts, okay? It's not like you have 100 alerts a day. So, if you see something that's outside the price range you want, don't click on it. Okay. But right now, they're all between 50 cents and $20 right now. All right. Education section is here. Here's our user guide. I think it's an excellent user guide. There's that getting started again. So a lot more in depth about what an alert window is, what a top list window is. Stock racing. Okay. You want to create your own race. Here's how you do it. This is the race that I'm running. Okay. And I'm going to go over it, but that's the race I'm running. But here's how you can create your own race with your own set of parameters. Price alerts. You see that I put price alerts on my charts all the time. Very simple to do. And watch lists. If you want to create your own watch list of symbols that you want to follow, here's how you do it. More obviously is in this user guide, but again, you do not have to learn everything. Okay. And daily support sessions, I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. Today's Monday. Used to be Chris, but now it's going to be Michael. Michael Noss will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1, giving me my break. And then my scans. If you're looking for my scans, scroll down, and then here are my scans. The center section, here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. The relative strength, well, you see the relative strength right here. I mean, if I don't have the browser interface, so you see the relative strength, relative volume. So relative strength, are you talking about, you can't see the relative strength on the chart, but it depends what you're talking about when you mean relative strength. Here are the scans that I'm currently sharing, guys. Okay, so here are the ones that you can actually see. So the biggest scanners from the start of the race is here. Halter zooms is right here. The upside movers, down versus downside movers is here, and the relative strength leaders is here. Okay, but I do. Okay, I think I can help you, Roman. I think you can put a comparison. I don't do it ever, but you can put a comparison on the charts of the S of the say the SPY or I think the Qs, things like that. But just give me a moment. I never do it, but let me see if I can figure out how to do that. That might be what you're looking for. I do have a momentum scan on my other monitor, okay, that I have, and here's my don't repeat. Excuse me, the don't repeat version of the 10-day daily breakout. Okay, this is what's happened today. Very active today. But I do have other scans that I am currently sharing. I do not have them all up and running, and neither should you. Okay, the reason being is that you'd have way too many alerts coming at you all day long. Now, I should welcome people who are new to the room. This is the format, not between 9 a.m. and approximately 3 p.m. Eastern time. I say approximately. I usually take off between 2:30 and 3, but the main room is open usually till 4. Okay, a couple of the other people in the room, they keep it open till 4. Okay, on the chart. So let me see if I can figure that out. Comparisons. Okay, so here's where you can put your comparisons. Okay, so the symbol. So if you wanted the SPY, okay, you put the SPY. You want to say the Qs or something like that. This is how you do it, and then you'd have a line on the chart. Okay, I don't do it, but in doing that, I just screwed up the. Just give me. There we go. Okay, you understand that, Roman? So if you're right click, I don't know if you have to be using the browser interface. It's possible, but if you right click and select chart style and then comparisons, and then you can create your comparisons to whatever index you want. Okay. Okay. So again, if you right click now, again, let me see if it works here too. Right click, select chart style. Yeah. Okay. So it doesn't matter what chart. So if you right click on your chart, right click on your chart. Okay, right click on the chart, and then where it says select chart style, and then comparisons. And you have five that you can. Okay, good. So why is this pinned? Okay. Oh, shoot. Yeah, I accidentally closed the main room. Okay, don't worry. Thank you, Pepe. All right, sorry about that, guys. Yeah, I accidentally clicked on the wrong tab. That's the only issue about having a web-based version, because then as opposed to very hard for me to shut down trade ideas accidentally. Anyway, you know what, Grumpy, you're starting to really tick me off. Why don't you just take a little break today and maybe come back tomorrow? Okay, forget about him, PJ. Okay, it's a waste of time. All right, guys, let's see. So snacks, so it did pop up, but it obviously it came way down again. It got up to 141, came right back down to a dollar. Still alive. Meanwhile, the IBRX, yeah, super strong. Did not get into that one. Three trades today, guys. All three in the glue. One loss, one flat, and then did well in the second time. But man, but a lot of other action, of course. The EYPT, I'm afraid to look now. EYPT, yeah, look at this. So I'm going to have to start paying a lot more attention now to my 10-day daily breakout. $13, 13.69 now. Yeah, you can just go. I don't know if GNLN is done, but I'll tell you what, that was an excellent trade by Andy, and I think others who might have taken it. So DQ now, DQ 2867 was the alert. Oh, I thought, okay, there was somebody else in Andy. Somebody else said they got into GNLN. I'm sorry to hear that then. Somebody else said they got into GNLN a lot earlier. Oh man, I'm missing the boat on some of these from my 10-day daily breakout now, guys. But I thought somebody said they got into this. right here. I thought somebody said they got into it right here before it even took out that 247. Anyway, okay, thanks, William. Okay, here's another one that just got halted, guys, and it's a bio. RGC just got halted on the way up. And wow, look at this potential open. Now, the next time the weekly chart, way up here around 923. So let's take a look at this one. RGC, again, the blue screen you're seeing here, this has nothing to do with trade ideas. There's your halt, 649, 710. You see how this fluctuates, though? And so this is the potential open. Doesn't have to stay up here, of course, but this one has got some room. That's the RGC. To wait and see what happens once it opens. Well, it depends how you've sorted it, Rod. That's the reason. Okay, it really depends on the sorting. That's all I can. I know what you mean. Here's the top. Well, there's ACTI right at the top here. But you see, this is the change from the open. I have no idea. It all depends on the sorting. Okay, this is the change from the close. Okay, that's the change from the close. These right here, but obvious. But if I right click on it, and that's the change from the open. If I had the change from the close as something here, I would see that same percent. All right, guys. So, what is trade ideas for those of you who are new? So, what we're excellent at is real time alerting. Okay, everything you see here is a real time alert. Okay, I'm going to demonstrate its power using the momentum scan. Okay, so if I right click on this scan, and this is what I'm sharing, if I right click on it, click on configure, and then click on summary. So this is what the scan is looking for. This is the screening aspect. Okay, of course we are a great screener. A lot of screening programs out there, but what we do, we take it to the next level. We can screen, but then we can also take these values and apply what we call an event. In this case, a new high of the day, giving us a real-time alert scan. So in this scan, I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $100. Current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of the day. Why call a momentum scan? Because the volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, and 5 minutes is 400% of normal, etc. So if all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So that's why we're seeing GEO, okay, at 10:29 plus 34 seconds. Okay, so about half a minute ago. So since then, no other stock has met these there it goes again. PRCH. It met all these filter requirements and just made a new high for the day. Okay, these are all real-time alerts. So if you like this scan the way it is, then you can have it. This is exactly what it looks like. Or if you take it from my homepage, the momentum scan, the Momo scan, this is what it looks like. But of course, if you want to make some changes to it, you can. You don't like my price range or something else about it. Maybe you want to add a filter. That's completely up to you. Okay, this is just what I happen to like to see. Doesn't have to be what you like to see. If you want to build your own scan from scratch, again, you can do that. So right at the very right at the very top here, the new high and the new low of the day. These are the two most popular real-time alerts that we've got. But as you can see, as I scroll down, all of these icons, these all represent other real-time alerts that we do have. If I keep scrolling down and get to these icons, these are the filters that we've got. Okay. So don't get hung up if you're looking at this for the first time thinking, man, this is way too complicated. The reason there are so many is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So I guess this makes obvious sense to me. They had to create a lot of different real-time alerts and all those different filters in order to satisfy the thousands of customers that we have with all the different trading styles out there. But if you're new to trading, don't worry about all this. You don't have to learn them all. Okay. You might want to, if you want to kind of scroll down and see, well, if you click on something and you can click on the help, you can see what it's looking for, but don't get hung up on you thinking you have to learn all these. Personally, I only use the new high and the new low of the day and just a handful of the filters. That's because it doesn't mean what I don't use is bad or not good. It just means that for my trading style, that's all I need. Okay. What time was the alert for Geo? I'd have to go back. I don't know what the first time was. See if I can find it. I don't think it was earlier than this. So it looks like the first alert for Geo in that scan was at 10:28 at 16:17. So it hasn't moved that much since then. Now, Geo, of course, this is what I call the prison stock. Let's take a look left on the monthly chart. Where could it keep going? It's a big float, 130 million. So on the monthly chart, the next high is 1813, so approximately $2. Oh man, did I ever miss out on the DQ? So I'm trying to pay more attention. Give me a moment. So yeah, Rod, I have two other monitors. Okay, so for instance, I've got I don't these are all the charts I got though. I don't have any other charts. So I do have two other monitors. This is where the momentum scan, momentum scan is, and the 10-day daily breakout is on another monitor. The reason I don't put them all on like all the scans on the one monitor, I don't want to overwhelm the information coming at people. Okay. But, I'm sharing the scans. I am sharing the scans. Give me a moment, guys. Well, I have to have several monitors, Rod, because number one, I mean, I've got my brokerage platform on another monitor, right? And so that is one reason why I have to have at least two. I could probably get away with having two. I've got two 32-inch. Well, I've got three 32-inch 4K monitors. Okay, so I could probably get away with only two of them. But I've had three for so long, so I just spread it out. Well, the other thing is, I've got the YouTube and the trading room that I have to have up and running. Also, that takes up some space. Nicola, NKLA. So it is trying to, for whatever reason, run a bit. Has earnings on the 31st. I can't imagine. Well, who knows what they're going to say, but okay. So what you're talking about, Mikhail, is it's in test mode right now. We don't know if it's going to work. Okay, it's that simple. I think you're talking about the what we call the money machine. All right. So right now you can view it in action, but the next step is to create it so that we can run it in our simulator. Because the trick is, you're right. The trick is to take the top three, automatically trade them, and then when one drops out and another one comes in, automatically get out of that one, the one that drops out, and then take the one that comes in, all in automated fashion. So, I'm not sure when we're going to be able to actually test that in the simulator. Once it's done in the simulator and it looks and we can technically do it in the simulator, then the next step is going to be to use it or try it with real money, because what the simulator can't predict is slippage. So then we have to do it with real money, and that's one reason why we need a commission-free broker. And the only one that's going to work with us right now is Alpaca. Okay, so your question is, you can't do it right now, but that is what the aim of the company is. But that'll be sometime probably in, next year, if it works. If it works. Boy, it's almost like these 3 days didn't happen for GNLN. And this is just a vaping stock, right? Just a vaping stock, unless I'm looking at what they do, unless they change their business. Wouldn't surprise me if they did, but I'm not saying they have. I'm just saying I don't quite understand. I don't see any news on this one. This is on the 23rd. I think they were trying to restructure their debt or something like that. Okay, guts just showed up on the on my breakout. So, but well, it's got some room. That's on a monthly chart. Let me get back to my weekly chart to see. Yeah, you know what? It's got some room. I mean, 350 is the next high in the weekly chart. But I'd like to see these things take out that whole number. So I'm giving up. I have to wait to see if it takes out that whole number of three. If it did, it still would have some room to 350. Not saying it's going to get there, of course, but give me one moment, please. Liz, that's okay. I was on mute anyway. Yeah. Oops. All right, guys. I think I was on mute for a bit of all this. So let me go over this again. So why I like to have this 10-day daily breakout on the don't repeat. I can go back in time and see what happened. Okay, so I'm just going to look at the last ones. So again, there's guts at 298. It still is hanging in the area. So that becomes something I definitely want to look at if it gets over three. DQ, and there's the time of the alerts. Okay, 2867 before it pulled back at all, got up to 3079. EYPT got up to 14 before it pulled back from 13. HCTI from 151 got up to 190 before I pulled back. Again, these are not necessarily, you're not marrying them for the day. Glue 681. And then we know what happened with this one, got up to 844. Okay, I didn't check this one. Now, these were earlier. These were early alerts. I don't like to trade in the first 15, but take a look at Wolf 714. What did it get up to? Yeah, a little bit, not great. Cores 1421, and it got up to 1439. So they did move. So these for me now become ones to like a watch list. Keep an eye on them and see if they take out the original alert later on in the day. The Evoke, what did it do? 11:59. Well, the Amex got halted. You couldn't get this one in 1958. CCL, let's see what happened with CCL. 2216. I got the 2240, nothing fabulous. DJT, I think this one probably had a good run. 4252 before it pulled back at all, got up to 46. So again, I use it like a watch list. Typically, we don't get too many alerts past 10:30. And that's one of the scans that I'm sharing. It's called Don't Repeat 10-Day Daily Breakout. It's mine, yeah. It's on my homepage. So go to my homepage, go to the scan section, and it's called Don't Repeat 10-Day Daily Breakout. Okay, guys, here's the UAVS is on the move again. Again, this had the big pop on Wednesday when the CEO came out with an impassioned letter to the shareholders. Okay, and that caused it to pop. But look, the next day, came right back down, chopped a little around on Friday, trying to move again. I think that it would really, well, you'd be giving up a lot. Got up to around a little over $3 on Friday, but it's on the move here. Okay, give me a moment, guys. Yeah, I mean, here's Iran. Iran was at 10:10 from that scan, 10:30, 9:33, early alerts, but 10:73 now. If I only had one scan to that they said you can only have one scan right now, that would be the scan. Okay, the reason being, in fact, it's interesting. Let me just check this out here. Okay, no, I've got to add. I want to see because typically the reason why this works or you the reason why this works pretty well in earnings season is because when a company releases earnings, a lot of times they're breaking a 10-day high, either a 10-day high or a 10-day low if you're looking to go low. Okay. I actually have see this one. This is the 10-day daily breakdown. Let's see what it did. 3680. My guess is that yeah. My guess is that with the market doing what it's doing, the 10-day daily breakdowns are not going to be as powerful. But if the market, if the Dow was down 300 and the Nas was down 140, my guess is that number one, we'd have more in the 10-day daily breakdown to take a look at. Okay. But right now, with the market being today what it is, but getting back to my point though, is that you'll see because when a company releases earnings, a lot of times, they'll gap up or gap down. But say, looking at this one, the gapping up and above the 10-day high. Now, other filters have to be in place. Okay, it's not just the fact that a company makes a 10-day high. The relative volume has to be at least eight. Got to have a minimum volume, I think, 500,000 shares. So there are some other aspects to the scan, but I mean, I'm telling you, it is. And so that's why I brought it back. Okay, ooh, and there's guts. Just give me a moment, guys. So there's the high 304, 304. Okay, so it's becoming interesting to me. Want to see it? I'd love to see it get to like 308 on the bid, just to clear that high of last week, or I guess of this week now. No, I'm not telling you to do the same thing, okay? But that's kind of what I'm looking at. Okay, well, let's see what happens here, guys, now. And again, the reason I'm taking a trade like this is because when you look left, it's got some room, 351. Not saying it's going to get to 351, but at least you don't have to worry about near-term chart resistance for a stock to stop moving higher. Float 19 million in the float, so it's not high, certainly not low, low, low. Okay, guys, sorry. I'm just watching the guts and see if I can at least hold three. I should have taken some profit, probably. Mira, guys, MIRA, excuse me. MIRA, if you look left, give me one moment, guys. I'll be right back. In fact, it'll probably take a couple of minutes, okay? I'll be right back, a couple of minutes. All right, guys, I'm now back. So, Rod, you understand these are my scans, right? These are my scans, and that's why going to my homepage, you can see the scans that I created. They're not so the company did not create them. I created them. If that makes sense. Lot of action, guys. Lot of action for a Monday morning. Okay, hello now is an all-time high. SMR probably is an all-time high. NNE will not be an all-time high because that's the one that went really crazy. Had a high of 30 odd dollars. This was the first one of the nukes that really went crazy. So it has a ways to go to get to an all-time high. The LTBR, another one that is not anywhere close to an all-time high, but so those are the four nukes, guys. Those are the four ones that are really active in this nuke sector. Now, the one thing I've been noticing about this 10-day daily breakout is that the cheaper ones, and cheaper, say the ones under $5, don't seem to perform as well as the ones that are five plus. That's kind of my observation. Oh my goodness, RGC. So I missed the boat on this one. So that was halted at 649. I remember seeing the halt 649, and so this is a low float. So this is one of those China bios. Okay, one of the China bios. Yeah, we've got 2.44, so the same draw, 2.44 in the float. So one of these China bios, low float China bios, that is popping on no news. I think that anybody could really find, like company-based news, anyway. Yeah. Did you mean AMIX? I think that's what you meant, not not AMIC. Excuse me, E. Frederickson. Yeah, Captain. I mean, you know what I mean. I mean, I'm just looking at headline news. Okay, so I don't see. I mean, those filings might have been. Now, I'm only looking for today. Okay, I mean, it's possible filings like that are from previous days. I'm just looking to see if there's anything today of note. Potential open for AMIX is little underneath. Wow, a lot underneath now. Now I don't know if it'll be that low, but there it is, 1686 on the halt, 1581, but this number is really fluctuating. So it's really hard to know where it's going to open. But right now, it's not showing an open above the current price, the hot price. So if you're in this one now, I'd have my finger on the submit button pretty because you never know what's going to open, where it's going to open. Here's another solar play ripping here, guys. CSIQ. Wow, what a run this has been on. Would not show up in the 10-day daily breakout because the relative volume's only 3.4. You know, it has to be a minimum of 8. That's why we're not seeing, so many in here, which is what I like. I don't want to see 100 symbols in that scan. All right, guys. Now I mentioned this one in the pre-market as one that could have like one of those runs all day. This is the PRCT. This is an earnings play. Now, I'm just noticing the market's putting in a pretty big bar here now on the way down. Still up. I mean, the Dow's still up. Nas is starting to filter down. You can see because I know the Nas was up. So this is and a lot of Nas stocks in the SPY. So SPY component. So take a look at SMH just out of curiosity. The semi ETF. Yeah. So it is down for the day barely. All right. Let's see if this yeah, so you can see what happened. This opened down, guys. Amex, AMIX is opened down from the halt price. So hopefully nobody got hurt in that one. Now, but look at this. I mean, it is so erratic right now. We're down to 1510 and then it popped right back up to 1670. So careful. Yeah, so guts did not work out. Yeah, the glue, which I'm out of completely now, but I mean the glue, yeah, I mean if it gets above 826 or so, it could have another run in it. I'm just looking at the 5-minute chart, a couple of candles or a couple of bars at the high there. Could have a run in it. It looked like what's the VWAP? The VWAP is 747, and look what it did. I mean, it got into that VWAP area that kind of held it as support. Well, coincidentally, so was laser going. LASR. LASR is going. You mentioned LAZR. All right. So, guys, again, this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. Okay. So, if you have questions, please don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. Now, if it's an accounting type question, if you've got trade ideas and it's an accounting type question, I cannot answer that question. I can direct you, though, to the correct parties. Okay. So, let's talk a little bit about the race. Okay. Now that UAVS, excuse me, is just making a new high of the day. Okay. So, I am running 4-minute races. Okay. Now that's just something I chose a long time ago. You can, if you go to my homepage, click on the education section and then click on the guide, you'll see there's a whole section on stock racing, how you can create your own race based on your own set of parameters, including the time duration. Okay. So what happens in a race or the race is that, again, I'm running 4-minute races. So we're a little over 2 minutes into this 4-minute race. And as we speak, UAVS has moved the most, only 1.98%. That's only 4 cents since the race started. Okay. I think it's a gold. This is a gold play. AUSD has moved 1.76%, etc. That's what these percentages refer to. Sometimes in this race, you'll see some big percentage moves, sometimes, 10, 15, 20% in a 4-minute race. So what happens though is that at the end of the race, there's a winner. And notice here, there is a top 10 list automatically created for you of the stocks that have won the most races. So if you look at the number one position, GNLN has won 8 races, HCTI 3 races, etc. So there's a top 10 list automatically created for you. So this, now this is a volatile, the stocks in here are typically kind of volatile, okay? They can have some pretty moves up and down. So you've got to have some trading acumen. So if you do, this is a great watch list for you for the whole day. Remember the MNPR from last week? Let's see what this one is doing. Remember this one? I mean, it got up to $38. Now you don't have to look at this. Just what I was saying. 43% move since the race started, and that was halted. Okay, I know. Has it come out of the halt yet? Yeah, it came out of the halt. And that's what it did. It moved to when it came out of the halt. Now it is pulled back now. So no, I'm completely out of glue, Nestor, from our YouTube room. Now, all races start from no. Before I say that, you don't have to wait for a race to be over in order for you to click on anything you see here. Click on laser as an example, LASR. See what it's doing. Okay, I mean this is pretty awesome right now. I mean it's too extended for me to take this, but what's the VWAP? 1205. Be a pretty big pullback to get back down to the VWAP, but if you're a VWAP type player, you can take a look at any one of these or something that has won a race, click on it, and see what it's doing. It could have pulled back to a level that you like. Okay, here's the EAF. 209 is the VWAP if you're a VWAP player, or maybe if you have a moving average on the chart that you like. Okay, that's how you can take these and you can actually see if you can apply some kind of a pullback that into an area that you like. So why are these stocks showing up? Well, all races start from a top list window. So if I right click on the race and I one of the options is open top list. So if I do that, and these are the symbols that are in the race. Okay, you're only seeing 10 of them, but right now, if I you can see there's a whole list of symbols that are in this race that can be in the race. Well, are in the race. They don't necessarily, not all these symbols, of course, are moving, but they have the ability to. So let me show you what this top list is looking for. So if I right click on it, click on configure, and then click on summary. So in this race or this top list, I want to see stocks between $1 and $50. The volume has to be at least 200,000 shares, and it has to be up at least 2% from yesterday's close, which would be Friday. Okay. So if a stock meets all those filter requirements, it'll be a stock in this list of stocks. Okay. So you can still use a top list for this reason, but before we had races, this would be the only real reason you'd use a top list. You can sort on any column header that you've got. So if I want to see the stocks that are up the most from the previous day's close, as long as I have it as a column header, which I do, that's the change from the close percent. If I double left click, I can see that RGC is up 119%, HCTI 118%, etc., all the way down this list. Okay, that's the change from the close. If I want to see the stocks that are up the most from the opening trade of the day, which is the change from the open, as long as I have the column header, I can again double left click, and that'll sort those stocks. So RGC actually is in the top position on both, up 119% and also 104% from the open. Okay, maybe interesting news to know, or interesting information to have. But what the race does is, what if somewhere down here buried there was a stock starting to move? Okay, because a common question is, well, I don't really want to see the stocks that are at the high of the day and all that. Can we not maybe find something that is starting to move? Well, that's what the race can do for you. So let's take something that we've seen before that is just not really well. IREN, okay, IREN. So IREN right now is up 15% from Friday's close. Now it's up 15.4%. What if it kept moving though? It was up 16, 18, 20, 30%. For whatever reason, it just started to move. Well, how would you ever know a stock that is really moving in this giant list of stocks? Okay, unless you're staring at it, but that'd be crazy. So that's what the race does for you. The race does not care whether a stock is, near the high or at the top of this list here, the change from the close or the change from the open. It doesn't care. All it cares about is, as long as it's in this list of stocks, whatever is moving the most. Okay, whatever is moving the most. And notice, as I said, every race starts from a top list window. So that's how you can create your own top list window and then right click and launch the real-time stock race. I mean, you may not like, my parameters in this top list window, and that's fine. But that's how you can, you can go to the my guide or my homepage, go to the education section, go to the guide, and then there's a whole section on TI stock racing. Now, I also have another race that I'm sharing, which I think might be probably better if you're starting out. Okay, and it's I call it a large cap stock race. And all I did was I took a very similar top list, but what I did was I added, and watch what happens if I do that here. No, I'm not going to. Well, I'll do it. Actually, I'm not going to do it here. So just give me a moment. I want to duplicate this. So I added a couple of filters. Okay, I added a market cap that has to be at least half a million, half a billion. Okay, and I also added a float filter. So the float has to be at least 50 million. See, so the market cap has to be at least 500 million, and the float. Now, there still may be a pretty big list of stocks, but let's see. Yeah, so on a day like today, when the market is kind of ripping higher, but sometimes when I do this, you only get about 20 or 30 stocks just because I added, okay, those two filters. Consequently, if you ran a race from this using those, then what would happen is you will generally never see giant percentage moves. Okay, even to get 1% would be a lot in a race like this when you have added market cap and float. Doesn't mean they're bad to trade though, because they're just less volatile. And you can get some very nice positions that just kind of inch their way up, just not having the intense volatility that a race like this could have. So I am sharing that race. Okay. What a move on this GNL. I mean, look what it's done now. I mean, it's almost got right back to the where it came, or the high where it came 3 days ago. Mm. And well, okay, this is shortable for me. It's not shortable for me. The reason I was perhaps interested in it because look what it's doing now. 525. 525 is the 200-day moving average. Now, interesting. This is now just showing up on my 10-day daily breakout. Now, if you're wondering, well, why did it take so long? Up until now, the filters weren't satisfied. Well, and I can tell you exactly why. It wasn't a 10-day daily. It wasn't a 10-day daily breakout until then. Okay, it was not. So now it's a 10-day daily breakout. You can just go back to those 10 days. And now at that point right there at 524, that was a 10-day daily breakout. Let's see if we can get back over five. Now, there's nothing necessarily magical about a 10-day daily breakout, okay? I mean, you could always take this and just test it with a 5-day daily breakout, just out of curiosity, or a 20-day daily breakout, okay? Obviously, you wouldn't get as many on a 20, you'd get more on a 5. Maybe you would add maybe some filters though to firm it up a bit on a 5 so you don't get overwhelmed by the number of alerts. But, I can't even remember why I chose 10, to be honest. Can't remember. It's so long ago. I created this scan. Wow, several years ago. Okay, guys. So in about 40 minutes, I'll be taking my break. Michael Noss will be taking over for me in our YouTube room. So give me one moment, please. Okay, I'm waiting on that GNLN. See if it could take out five again. Now, if it does take out five again, yeah, that's right. Because we looked at that weekly chart and it has room to $8. Not saying it's going to get there, of course, but yeah, actually the next high is well, okay. There's a high last week, of course, that it did briefly take out. That high is 524, and then looking left a little bit down the road, that's 512, so that's fine. So 547 would be the next high. Okay, if it can get through five again, but then you got that 547 to contend with. If if it somehow gets through that, then you've got almost $8 up here. Speaking of which, sorry, RGC just got halted on the way down now. Man, look at this beautiful one. NVTS, beautiful on that. Look at this 5 minute chart, guys. I mean, there's been zero pullback whatsoever for NVTS. Wow. And the next high looking left on the weekly chart, it's too extended right now. Yeah, $3. I didn't really see this one early. May have seen it down here. I see that it's a ticker down here. I don't know when the first one was. Probably, yeah. I mean, the relative volume is only 2.3. So I mean, a lot of my scans, it's got to be at least three. Laser, I don't see laser right now. I know we saw it earlier, LASR. Yeah, I mean, it looks interesting because I mean, it's had this little pullback, nothing massive, but a little pullback. It looks a little more extended on a 15 though. The VWAP is at 1220. I wish it pulled back a little closer to the VWAP and see, and just to see if the VWAP would have held it. Well, if they are on highs, William, my guess is that K Web is doing okay today. Yeah, K Web's doing not badly today. I mean, on the weekly chart, so it's taken out last week's high because it had the huge 3 week run. 3 week run. Hmm. You're right, William. You're right. MSDL guys. Oh, okay. I don't know the Morgan Stanley Direct Lending Fund. Okay, it's showing up on my momentum scan. Yeah, I'm not interested. So this was another good one from that 10-day daily breakout. 932 was the alert. I'm sorry, at 932 for serve, and it was at 1049. You can, I know it's hard to see. I wish I could change the color of that blue right there, but there's the arrow in which the alert happened. If you can see that blue little arrow, that's the alert. That's the bar in which the alert happened, and the price was at 1049. So you can see that before it pulled back at all, wow, got up to 1201, $1.50 move. And this one still has room, a little bit of room. 1253 is the next high on the weekly chart. Yeah, glue is moving. It's moving without me. What is my, yeah, there it is. Glue is moving without me now. So don't lose sight of the GNLN guys. It gets back over five. I mean, it's at a pretty big, pretty well, not a huge pullback, but it's pulled back. It gets over five again later. It could go on that run. Could be one of those ones later on in the day. I always look for those ones that have been super active, and then they kind of, just kind of pause for a couple of hours, and keep in kind of a range. I don't want to say a huge pullback, and then maybe this pops over five later in the afternoon. So that's why I've got a price alert set Put my price alert just over the 5 again. Good one, Stevie, in our YouTube room in Glue. Posted that earlier. You know what? Why not? I'm going to take some of this MSDL. It's a pretty extended on a 15, not as bad on a 5. A little bit of a base here. It showed up on that 10-day daily breakout. Like, it's the Morgan Stanley Direct Lending Fund, and it has a little bit of room on that weekly chart to 2061, so 30 cents away. Not telling anybody to do the same thing. Here's another one that's just showing up, guys. Now, just over the whole number. Let's see what it looks like. Yeah, ATLX, not bad. Okay, just over the whole number. And looking left, the next high is 1245. ATLX. This is okay. Lithium. Yeah, Penny mentioned earlier. Lithium plays are definitely alive today, and I don't really remember seeing this one that often. But ATLX. It's out of what is this? Excuse me, out of Brazil. That's why. Okay, that I don't think that one was on my calendar, William. I have one. I have well, the bond auction. Okay, the $70 billion 5-year note auction. Sorry, at 1 o'clock. I didn't see that one. The other one you're talking about. Okay, so there was some news. Thanks, Rich. Was some news for the ATLX. So the interesting thing, if you take a look at this upside movers versus downside movers, okay, 96% of the symbols that have come through since it started at 9:30, 96% have been green. Only 4% red. Now, it makes a little bit of sense. I That's a pretty that's a strong percentage difference, but the market is strong, of course, today. Thing is that you see something in red, click on it. See, like, why is this one moving down? Where virtually every other stock that's coming through here is moving higher. So yeah, there's no. I thought maybe this was. I thought maybe this was an energy play, but it doesn't appear to be. ERAs does not appear to be, as an example. And here's another one, ARR, real estate investment. It's a REIT. So in other words, you're looking for stocks that are kind of going contrary to the market. Well, the MSDL is kind of putting me to sleep, guys. I'm it's basically right where I bought it. So meanwhile, Porch is still very active. PRCH. So I've got a couple of nice ones from our AI. Obviously, the glue and the Porch. Now look at green line, GNLN. I don't know if it's actually green line, but green lane. Okay, trying to get back over 5. All right, guys, I'll be back in about a minute. All right, guys. So look at the green lane, GNLN, back over 5, but it's pretty choppy still. Okay, got over 5, back down through 5, pretty choppy. Like to see it really hold 5. Took myself out of the MDSL, guys. One of the reasons is it's not really moving that much. Basically flat on it. Going to be taking my break in about 20 minutes. So it's not as exciting as I thought it might have been. So I thought maybe I could get it 20 or 30 cents out of it, but it doesn't look like it's going to have that big of a move. So the NVTS, we saw that one. That was a Novitis or something, NVTS, but it seemed to be very extended. Pretty extended right now. I mean, it's a beautiful move, but pretty extended right now, in my opinion. And also, it has getting close to the three, and 304 is the next high looking left. So, to me, getting it right here, you've got to contend with three, and then you've got to contend with that 304. Another solar stock, guys. So the solar plays are hot today. I didn't see that tan earlier had moved that much, but I guess it has to be must be moving now. Yeah, I mean tan's up 3%. Solar ETF. MSDL making a little bit of a move now. This morning there were about 500,000 shares available. Interactive Brokers for DJT to short. Now a couple 100,000 have been snapped up. There are only 310,000 left. So that means a couple 100,000 have been snapped up at Interactive Brokers in terms of trying to short DJT. All right. So Michael just confirmed it will be him in our YouTube room. About 15 minutes in Chris swapped days. Okay. Sorry, guys. I'm muting myself for a couple of minutes. Okay, Tizu guys, TZOO. Boy, this has been on a run. Look at last week. This was as low as 1235. It closed up here at 15. It's running Travel Zoo. If there's any, October 23rd was okay. So it was actually an earnings play. It was an earnings play right here. And you can see this has been a great earnings play for this company because it's, excuse me, it's a great continuation from its earnings. Okay. Yeah, you mentioned the 9 break for LTBR. So yeah. Now, the high last week was up here around 10. Actually, it was 978. 978. Well, look at glue now, guys. GLUE, glue. I think the high was around 870. Is that right? Around 870, I think. So, and on the weekly chart, I have to go to a monthly chart now to see where it could go. And the next high on a monthly chart, anyway, is 887. So, getting pretty close to that high, actually. Pretty close. I mean, it got to 867. So, within 20 cents of that high on the month, that monthly high. And that was back in March. Yeah. So, I don't even, Veronica, I don't I have no thoughts at all about CGC or, quite frankly, any company going into earnings. To be honest, I don't. I mean, this is a pure cannabis play, as you know. I have no thoughts about it whatsoever. In other words, do I think the earnings are going to be good, bad, indifferent? No idea. But again, remember how the cannabis plays were looking. Last week or last month, we're looking sort of somewhat decent. They just fall again. I never take a trade. I never ever take a trade into earnings. In other words, I wouldn't be looking at this one going, okay, November 12th they have earnings. I think they're gonna be good, so I'm gonna take that trade on the 11th. I never ever ever do that. No, again, excuse me, that's just me. Well, just something I just don't do, Penny. I just don't take stocks into earnings. I mean, a stock could gap, but you know what? Usually, if a stock gaps and you're seeing that gap the next day, a lot of times you can still trade it the next day if you want to. Yeah, you miss out on that gap. So if you guess right, yeah, you get the gap up, but you could always guess wrong and it could gap down on you in a big way. So I just don't even bother. So I'm on the mic at 9 o'clock. Kamal in there. That's on your YouTube. I'm not Ikbar. Is that how would that be right? Anyway, I am on the mic at 9 o'clock Eastern time. Okay. Usually open in YouTube. You usually can see charts and all that around 8:30, a little after 8:30. But I don't get on, I get on the mic at 9 o'clock. And then I go to about 2:30 to quarter to three. Okay. And then I have to shut down YouTube. But there is another room, okay, that I moderate at the same time. And that room stays open, even though I'm gone. That room stays open until about 4 o'clock. Well, discussing the stocks of the day. I mean, what we're discussing are the stocks that are active, of course. So yeah, because it's mainly day trading. So you're always wanting to find stocks that are trading, really abnormally, volume wise. Typically, it's all about volume. Look at the GNLN as an example. The relative volume was 124. That means it's trading 124 times normal up to this time of day. It is time of day sensitive. So 5.7 million in the float, 41 million have traded. This is a stock that's up 132%. So, we saw this one earlier. I don't, it's up to you, of course, if you're going to take trades like this. I'm not going to tell people. I'm not going to tell people to take trades at all. So take a look at this light bridge here, LTBR. Well, this is just one aspect of trade ideas. I mean, first of all, I always think it's a good idea. You should have your own scans to some extent. No problem listening to me, but a lot of things that I talk about are not necessarily going to be suitable for you. Number one, okay? We all have our different trading styles. I would never want to rely on one person, to try to tell you what to look at and what to trade. Yeah, NWTN guys. So this one was super active a few months ago, and of course had a big day on Friday, but 157 closed down here under $1, so it's a little bit above $1 again. Looking left, it's got some room. 157. The other thing too is that I may look at something and it might be a lot later than when you'd see it. Okay. So if you had to scan your own scans, you might see things because I'm jumping around. But wow, look at the glue guys. Shoot. Okay, so the money machine, Michael will talk about it also, I'm sure. The money machine is still in its testing stage. Okay, so the idea behind it would be, and we have to get it into the simulator first to be able to take these in this particular top list. Okay, I mean, you can have your own top list, but or heat maps, tree maps. Take these three trades right here. Okay, GNLN, HCTI, and glue, and be in those trades. And you stay in the trade unless it drops out of the top three. If say glue dropped out, you would exit that one, you would trade out, and then another one, of course, will take its place, and you get into that one. All has to be done in automated fashion, of course. And so, what we have to do as a company is figure out a way how to do that first in the simulator. Okay, to be able to automatically take these trades and then have like when one falls out of the top three, sell it, and then take the next one. All has to be done in automated fashion. So that's the first step is to get it into the simulator to see how it works. That would not take into account any slippage. The next thing is okay, assuming we think it works not badly in the simulator, then we'll test it with real money. And real money, of course, will have some slippage. some slippage, because just because you see an alert here doesn't mean you're going to get it at that price. Okay, so there could be some slippage involved. So if it works using real money, then then as you probably are aware, we sent out an email last week. 100 people have already signed up for it. If it starts to work, okay, you don't have to pay for it yet, of course. But if it starts to work, then there are 100 people that are on the list, but you also have to have an Alpaca account because you have to have a commission-free broker in order to make this work. And also, Alpaca works well with our API. So that's kind of but it's still in its infancy, okay? And we're definitely not looking at it until next year. Well, but the problem is that you could have 50 to 70 trades a day, okay? And that's the problem. It has to be all automated. You cannot. I don't think it can work if you do it manually. I mean, to work it effectively. Well, so we've got 100 people already, and we'll see how it works, and then we might open it up to another 100 people later on. It's completely in its infancy, though. Okay, it has to be tested. Look at glue now, guys. Okay, guys, I'm going to put my announcement in. I'll be taking a break. A moment. So one of the other traders from Trade Ideas will take over for me in our YouTube room. His name is Michael Noss. Okay, we all have different trading styles. And then I will put the YouTube link in the main room. Deleted it. Okay, and if you're in the main room, here is the link to get into YouTube. You can listen to Michael if you want for his hour. No, no, no. I love the questions. Ask questions. No problem with asking questions at all. Well, it's a broker. I mean, it is a broker, Casey. Yes. What would you say? Almost like interactive brokers. I mean, unfortunately for me in Canada, I can't use it, and so I will not be able to do this unless Alpaca decides that they're going to allow it in Canada. The thing is, commission-free brokers are not a thing in Canada. I'm assuming so, Casey. I mean, I don't know Alpaca well enough, but I'm assuming so. Margin accounts. You'll also almost for sure have to have about $30,000 in the account. Because I mean, 25,000 to get around the PDT. You're in the States, the pattern day trading rule, but you probably want to have a buffer because you don't want to lose on your first couple of trades and be down below the 25. Okay, so my feeling is that you're probably going to have to fund it with at least $30,000.
Very.
Okay, I hear that little croaking in the background, so Michael must be there. Just give me a moment, guys. Okay, so Michael is in our YouTube room right now. So I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. We'll see you guys in 1 hour. And Michael, just give me 1 second as I stop my music. There you are.
Here I am.
All right, there you are.
I am here.
Wow, look at glue. Holy shamozy.
GLUU, that one?
No, GLUE, as in glue.
There's absolute glue. Oh, well, there you go. What'd they cure?
Well, it's not so much what they keep, but it's definitely an eye-catching press release. Novartis, big drug company, gave them $150 million, and
License deal. Okay.
to try to develop their drug, and then of course down the road, get some royalties, etc. If it's successful. But the big deal is 150 million, and that's up front, and that's that's no nonsense.
Yeah, well, and they're Novo is one of the big Ozempic
Yeah,
guys out there, so they're flush with cash right now.
exactly.
So if they like you, they'll give you more.
Yeah. Yeah, well, we'll have to see what happens with it tomorrow. It's an AI alert. Maybe you didn't know that, but it's from our AI.
No, I haven't had a chance to look at the market today, that's for sure.
Okay. Well, Michael, I'll see you in about an hour then.
All right, you have a good one.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as always, giving Barry some much needed time off. Open up the room to live Q&A. So I'm here to answer any questions you guys have for the next hour. So make sure you ask questions about trading, trade ideas, whatever it is that you're looking at, and I'll be here. Someone asking, there are two different rooms. Yeah, there's a room on our website, and if you go to trade-ideas.com, he shares there. He also shares here. I think it's also on our Twitter, all that kind of stuff, right? It's just one of those, why limit yourself, right? Why not cast to a bunch of different places at once, right? Like with my own stuff, I upload to everywhere imaginable because, again, why not, right? So it's it's not like there's different things going on in different rooms. It's just he's showing his screen. So some people like to hang out. I think there's a little bit more chat functionality back and forth in the other room, but it's, again, the same thing, same stuff. Not like one's getting hidden. It's not the hidden tips at one place, but yeah, it's just in this world, why not be everywhere? Hello, Penny. How's it going? So yeah, this glue's going crazy. So yeah, I haven't had a chance to look at the market today. So to change from the close, let's take a look. So right off the bat, the two up the most, WGMI and BITQ. This is one of the main things I use TI for, is just sorting the ETF list that I've put together. So BITQ being these are both kind of like mining type ETFs. So that means probably means IBIT. It's doing good. Yeah. Wolf. I'm in some of this Wolf. So that's doing well. That's good. Boom. Yeah. So Wolf, this is one of those Bitcoin miners. If anyone watches the podcast, it's on the channel. We talked about that, right? That was my kind of chatting about this. So yeah, I'm in Wolf from right about here. 5. It's up to 7. That's great. Crypto miner, right? So if crypto goes, this will go. So Holly. Oh, so yeah, Holly is let me grab it here. Yeah, it's basically, we fed it a bunch of strategies, base strategies that we built within the company. And it takes those and it does some machine learning wizardry each and every night, and then it spits out a handful of names to get traded in the following day. So the idea is that instead of kind of searching yourself and trying to figure out what's going on your own, let's do all. This thing will just kind of spit out ideas all day. Well, most of the day. So like GLUU, like Barry was talking about, right? It was looking to buy this at 712. So right above this candle's high, right here, with a stop at the low of the day. And yeah, what a crazy trade. So yeah, the idea is that because Trade Ideas employs a lot of traders, those traders it's just fed into this system different strategies that they liked to trade. And then from there, what it does every night is it uses a couple machine learning processes to filter down all of the different trades and says, for example, let's test, Steve's 10-day moving average strategy. And now let's put in the filter of the 200-day moving average. Let's just run that and see what happens. And then the 50-day moving average and run that and see what happens. And so on and so forth over and over again until it gets what it feels like is a pretty optimized version of that strategy. And then it ranks those strategies. So you'll notice that each day the strategies are going to be a little bit different. And that's because, it's one of those that if it can't put enough lipstick on a pig in order to make it work, then it's not going to want to trade that, right? So if it optimizes, again, Steve's 10 SMA strategy, just for example, over and over and over again, and it does that, 10, 20 times, and it goes, nah, it's just not working right now in this market. So it's not going to do that, right? And then it will just keep going through that process until it finds a couple strategies that have some statistical edge, and then it will present those to you. So all of these are kind of shot out in real time as they trigger, right? So 167 for PRCH, all this. So now, obviously, we don't just mindlessly and brainlessly follow something because a robot said it, but you may take a look at this in LBTR. You may take a look at this, go, oh, this is interesting. This Lightbridge Corporation, and hey, it's saying 885 is interesting, and it pulls back a little bit here and it breaks through. So you might say, oh, well, this is, yeah, I'm going to get involved in this. I like the look of this, right? So, obviously apply your own thinking as well, right? Well, yeah, the difference between top gainers list and brokers is huge, right? So I just explained to you how Holly worked with all the machine learning algorithms built from real traders, that kind of thing. And the top gainers is just here's the stuff that's up the most today. That's going to be obviously insanely different, right? Entry prices, exit prices, all that kind of stuff. So apples and oranges. So far pretty good, I think. It had one short. That one doesn't look like it's doing too well, but yeah, like that one, when that came through, I wouldn't even trade that. That's an income trust, but it's looking to try this, trying to break the curse. This is Beyond is the used to be Overstock, I think, and they bought Bed Bath and Beyond's name and assets. And the second they did, their stock started to crater. So they got the curse of Bed Bath and Beyond. So yeah, well, you don't need, when you go pick up trade ideas, you'll be able to make it as big as you want. But obviously, you can change these. But so this came through at $9.99, so it's saying to buy it over $9 right there, and that would have come through at 45 minutes into the day, wherever you are. So that's 11 for me, but it would be 10 Eastern time. Yeah, so just, and again, instead of just doing something like, hey, I'm just going to look at the stuff up the most today or down the most today, which you could do if that works for you, have fun. It's just saying, there's a bit of a trading plan in these as well. Now, obviously, if you're someone who's just going to follow something without thinking, then you're doomed. But as a great way to say, okay, there is some statistical advantage to these, I'm going to start with that, and then I'm going to apply, sound trading logic and risk management and all that kind of stuff. Then ends up being a great place to get going. This PRCH, I'm just looking at this one because it's got earnings. That's unfortunate. There's a nice clean break of this where the AI wanted to break out. That's an interesting zone. Nothing for news. Interesting little break today. Just an interesting chart. The high of that range is 5 bills. That'd be pretty interesting. Saw MindMed was going today. If anyone watches the podcast, me and Steve were talking about that on the podcast on Friday. This nice pullback that filled the gap, and now it looks like it's trying to find a base and move. And if this drug, it's in the same space as that. That's an interesting. This is one that I've just been kind of trading because I like the story. So I've been trading in and out of it. Thinking of buying some more here. Put a stop under $6. Yes, LBTR was from Holly's alert at what did I say? 885. So it was saying if it's over 885, you probably want to own it. So that was the trade. Right. So it's one of those things we have really limits your watch list, right? If you can't keep an eye on 6 symbols, then I would just buy a second monitor, right? Because all you have to do is keep an eye on these guys. Right, so glue made the initial move through 712, and it consolidated around 8 for a while. Now it shot as high as 11. So that was a pretty good one. Natty Gas sucking people in at these lows like it does. The Widowmaker crashing down. And what else going on? Let me take a look at some of these algos that I'm working on and running. MLR. It's an interesting breakout. MLR KEX. I think I wanted to look at like the look of that. So yeah, that still has a bit of room to go. Inland water freight transportation. There you go. This KEX is something that's interesting to me. Any technicians out there can see that. A little inverse cup and handle potentially. Sorry, just writing some. Got a question here. Just dealing with support. Interesting. Cool. But yeah, this KEX, I'm just trying to find out trying to see the other times they reported earnings and whether that was a big deal. See whether or not I can take this into earnings. It looks very nice here with this kind of inverse head and shoulders. So they do. Kirby Corp is a tank barge operator which engages in transporting bulk liquid products such as petrochemicals, black oil, refined petroleum products, and agriculture chemicals through marine transportation and distribution services segments. Well, there you go. So they move dangerous stuff around. This is a nice looking chart. I think this thing has been very strong for a long time, from $50 up to 126. That's pretty wild return for something that's, it's not a technology company that's reinventing itself or anything like that. And it's just got this nice inverted cup and handle style look, or inverse head and shoulder style look. So up through there might be a nice continuation play. But earnings, right? Earnings, no fun. It's not what we want to see. Is Wolf still going? WU. So this is one I bought from the same algorithm. I found this one through here. And it's just a nice looking breakout. So Wolf's whole shtick, for those who missed the podcast, what are you doing? You should check out the podcast. Me and Steve just kind of hang out on Friday afternoons, chat about what's happening in the market. And I was talking about this name because this uses they mine Bitcoin, but their whole thing is they use powered by nuclear as well as other things. So this is getting a bit of a move from the nuclear side of things. Might also be getting a move from the just Bitcoin. So if Bitcoin's going to go, then this is going to go. And then if nuclear goes, then this one's probably also going to go. So you got both those things lined up. So big rounded bottom, right? This thing IPO'd at 30 and just got wrecked down to like 73 cents. And now look, it looks like it's reversing here. So it's a good look. Why each time I create a watch list or a work window and save it to the cloud? Oh, if you're loading it, probably what you're doing is this. So basically you're loading it, it's coming down, it's got a different name on the header. It's probably because what you're doing is um when you're loading it to the cloud, you're saving it and you're typing in the name here, right? What you just have to do is you got to right click and configure. And when you're configuring it under the summary, you just change the name here, right? So under window name, you just change that. And then that will actually change the window name up there so that when you load it, save it to the cloud, you don't need to rename it anymore. It'll just change it to the name you're going. So right click, configure, and while you're configuring it under summary, just change the window name. So yeah, once you change that name once and re-upload it, you're good forever now. Yeah, no problem. Same with everything, right? So if I wanted to, say I had this chart. So like when I'm not showing my screen, my charts, I know it's blasphemous, but I like black OHLC bars, right? I like old school, get those colors out of here, nice and simple. So if I want to save this as default, right, it's the same kind of thing. So when I save it, I'll have to name it each time, right? Unless I just create a little doc, and in that doc I change the name. So if you're doing it to the whole doc, like this whole doc I have here, you can see it's called swing up in the corner because this is how I look for my swing trades. Um, and I can just right click on the top and I can hit change title, and then I can call it whatever I want, and then I can save that, and that will keep the name as well. So I hope that helps. Yeah, so no problem. I'm glad that worked for you. That's what I'm here for the next 40 minutes to ask questions. There's really not, like, again, I usually do my homework here of taking a look at the market for the first time today, but this is the candle. We are inside this range and we have done nothing. Um, so there's not a lot going on the SPY. Do we have some big events coming up soon? Is that why we're being boring? Hmm. Consumer confidence on tomorrow, and Jolt's jobs opening tomorrow, Yeah, we got a bunch. So Wednesday, non-farm payroll, GDP, autumn forecast statement. I don't even know what that is. Yeah, and then Thursday, that's Canadian GDP, PCE, unemployment, average hourly earnings, non-farm employment change. Yeah, so the whole week is just stacked with how to change time frame. Just click on the clock up here. You can also right click on your chart and you can go time frame and you can click on your time frame there as well. So earnings whisperer is a good way to get. They got an earnings calendar here. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead. There's a lot of earnings. So this is Monday at the close. Yeah, there's a lot. And it's Tuesday before the open. Yeah. So that's what's going on today. There's not a lot going on today, but there's a big week of earnings announcements and things like that. Yeah, for indicators, click on the indicator tab, and there's a big one here. MACD, momentum, which is just generally called rate of change, uh, EMAs, all that kind of stuff. TTM, no, because that's a trademarked thingy. But yeah, all your standard stuff, right? You can see I'm not much of an indicator guy. As a CMT, I don't really find too much of a benefit in them personally. I use them for building my algorithms and things like that, but not really for detecting or just doing individual things. We also under this menu too, we got a couple too. So we got stochastics and CCI there, and then our built-in indicator, which is trade wave. So do we teach a strategy? Any specific strategies? Nope. So again, the goal of trade ideas is that the user comes to us with the strategy that they would like to employ, and we help them find the stocks that are fitting that strategy, right? So if you're someone who wants to trade, low float momentum names breaking out of their opening range, well, you can build that, you can find, and the system will alert you when those things are occurring. But yeah, we're a software provider more than a teach people how to trade or what to trade kind of thing. So we have some things like the AI that I just told you that will help guide, is a good way to put it. So the difference between us and TradingView is TradingView is a charting service and Trade is a scanning service, right? TradingView has very limited scanning capabilities, but pretty robust charting. We have robust charting, and we have very good scanning capabilities. TradeWave is a moving average system that we've built in Trade Ideas that will give buy and sell signals based off of whether the moving averages it's above the moving averages and they're pointing higher, or whether it's below the moving averages and pointing lower. And again, just a good way to guide people who are still working on a trading plan, because again, no successful trader ever has just followed someone else's system and done well for a long period of time. But what it does is it allows you to um, help guide you in the direction of the trend. Like, I think a simple trading style would be like, hey, I'm not going to, if there's a buy tag, if I like the stock, I'll buy it there. But I'm certainly not going to short it because it means above all the moving averages are pointing higher, that kind of stuff, right? So, and then we can scan for these on the daily chart. So we can see things like Ralph Lauren, which if it closes up here, will trigger a buy. Fox will trigger a buy today. This ONON, which is a shoe company, will do the same. So that's what that is. It's just, yeah, the idea is that if you're someone who likes to trade with the trend, this is a good way to do it. Now, like any trend trading system, it's going to do amazing if the name is trending. The if it's chopping up, then you're out of luck, right? So the job then of the trader is to identify things that have the potential to trend, and then TradeWave will help you stay involved in that trend uh, if you can determine it. So then what a lot of people are using this for is people who are fundamental traders, right? They think they trade off news stories or um, events, elections, whatever it is, and they're using TradeWave to kind of guide them in and out of there. So to change the way the tree map sorts, unmake it a tree map just by right click. Well, I'll pick a stock from today. So here's Dole. They make bananas, and it's having a buy on the trade wave. If you believe banana prices are going to continue to go higher, then this would be a good one to take that buy and then hold it till it hits a sell. Yeah. So sorry, to do the tree map, we right click and we turn it off from the tree map right away. And it's important that you have the column that you want to sort by. So you said you wanted to sort by the change in the last 5 minutes. So we'll go to search and we'll just type in change in 5 minutes, assuming you're going to mean percentage. It just makes the most sense. So we want to show that as a column, right? So then here's all your columns. You can do it from this column menu as well. So here's all the columns I have for this one. You can see change in 5 minutes is there as well. So I click OK. And then I just sort it by that column. So I'm just making this bigger so I can see it. So here's the last 5 minutes. So now if I double click that, now you can see it's sorted by, so these are 0.2, 0.1, 0, and then negative 0.1, negative 0.2, negative 0.6. So this is now sorted by this column. You just double click on the header to change the sort, and then you just turn it back to a tree map. So now this is being sorted by change in 5 minutes as opposed to change in from the open, right? So you'll see it'll get a lot more active like this. So just make sure your system can handle that, because it's just going to be inputting a lot more data. It's going to be swapping them around a lot more quickly, because I usually do like change from the close or change from the open or something like that. But yeah, so if I turn that off and then I take change in 10 days, right? And then I sort by this and then I just turn it back on, you can see it's now completely different. So the change in 4 days for PISL is this 78, or change in 10 days is 78%. So this is going to move obviously way less frequently because for something to overcome PISL, which is just the psychedelics ETF, is going to have to be a big, crazy move. Right, so just turn off and then sort it by whatever column you have, and then sort it again. Multiple windows, yeah, you can have as many of these as your system can tolerate. So you could just add different columns, and then you can always right click and hit duplicate. And you can just duplicate them, right? So if I wanted to do this one, change from 10 days, I'll make that a tree map. And then I want to make the one that I just changed from the close. Then I can make that a tree map. And there you go. So you can, you can go nuts with these to your heart's content. Now, again, they're depending on what your system's like, these things can be kind of graphically intensive, right? 'Cause they're moving all the colors around and all that kind of stuff. Most modern systems won't have a problem, but it's computers, right? Everyone's different. So it depends what you're running. It depends what's going on in the background. It depends on all these things. Yeah, and then if you want down ones, right, it's just the opposite, right? So if I take this, I usually do change from the close, and then I sort that, because this is what I look at most of the day. I have this up in the corner of my screen while I'm doing other stuff. And then I have a flipped one, right? So these are both looking at the same list, which is just a list of ETFs that I look at. And then all I do is, if I come across a ETF that I've never heard of before, I'll add it to this list. If I find an ETF annoying, like this WGMI NBITQ, I might get rid of one of these, just because they're both very similar. Because what I'm trying to do is, this is trying to paint to me a picture of what the overall market looks like. So, for example, I can very quickly see Bitcoin, crypto up, DBC is commodities, UNG is natural gas, and USO is oil. So I can say they're down. So we have, riskier stuff up. We have energy down. Yeah, so you can point all those to the list, but in theory, you could just have an entire screen that's just tree maps. But yeah, this is what I spend most of the day on. And then after the close, I'll go to my top lists and I'll start scanning for things that I want to potentially buy or sell going into the next day. But you can get so much information from just a simple chart and a couple of these tree maps, just to give you an overall kind of picture or health on the market. Wow, nice, thanks. No problem. I keep forgetting I can do this when people ask questions. I always forget that I can do this. Um, but yeah, it's really cool. It's it's one of those things. It's the same information as this, right? You can see WGMI, BITQ, PBW, BLOCK, right? It's the same information, but uh it just stands out way better, right? So when you're trying to do your kind of high level, take a step back and look at the data, doing so like this works very, very well. Demo on the money machine. Yeah. So first of all, keep in mind the money machine is still um, being worked on, still in beta. It's kind of a cutesy name, but the idea is that the high level pitch is, we know that relative rotation systems work. And you can Google them, they're fairly common, but a relative rotation system basically looks at, okay, let me buy the top 10 names in the S&P 500 based off of how well they've been doing over the last 6 months, right? So I'm going to take all the names in the S&P 500. I'm going to sort them by how well they've been doing over the last month, and I'm just going to own those, And then though doing this has been tracked out over time, and running these type of systems seems to outperform the market over a long period of time. So that's a little bit of the genesis behind this, right? We know not too much about the market, but we know relative strength works, and we know staying in the strongest names works, right? So the idea is, well, can we do the same thing intraday, where we develop a system that buys the strongest names and then sells the weakest names, and does so kind of on repeat? So the idea is that what's happening, I'm just giving it a second to go while we're talking, is uh it's simulating just right now. And again, we're going to test this with real money, our own money first. Uh, but the idea is that if you stay in these top three names, so glue and uh, MNPR and INMB, if you stay in these three names and you hold them, not until some sort of arbitrary price or some sort of stop out or some sort of, whatever. Uh, it's just saying, I'm going to hold these as long as they're in the top three names, right? So you can see that the whatever that IN, whatever that was here, got dropped out. Uh, and then we've got this LPTX. And the same is happening here on the short side, where it's saying, well, I'm going to short SBIT, which is the shorting the short Bitcoin ETF. So there you go. Uh, and just shorting the weakest names. So what happens if I own the strongest names and I short the weakest name, and I just repeat that over and over and over again? And yeah, you could see a full day. You just click the this change. Um, so is it based on percent change from the open or just top gainer? No, it's whatever is going right now. So these things you can see are updating in real time. So glue, if I click on this right now, at this very moment, glue's moving higher. And right, so that's saying this bar that's happening right now. And it's comparing all of those to the strongest names that are out there as well. Right. So it's just saying, here, I'm going to keep you in whatever the strongest names are, regardless. Even if the strongest name is weak, it's still probably better to own the strongest weak name, if that makes sense, um, than not. Now, you know, and yeah, there's going to be no trailing stops. There's going to be no profit targets. There's going to be none of that. The concept is just very simple. I'm keeping you in this top three names while they continue to be the top three names, and then I'm only going to sell it when it drops out of the list and is replaced by something else. And it's a purely kind of systematic type way of doing it. Now, the idea is that these put up pretty ridiculous numbers, as you can see. The thing we have to, of course, test for anyone who builds systems and runs systems like myself is we have to test the fills, right? We have to make sure that if we apply real money to this, even if we're only getting half or a third of what it's saying from a P&L point of view due to slippage and things like that, it's still going to be an amazing system. The problem is that simulating that slippage becomes incredibly difficult, right? So what we have to do is we have to uh, be kind of cognizant of that. But for now, it's still a really good discretionary tool, right? If I'm going to look to buy something, if I'm more of a short-term trader, these probably top three names are probably a good place to take a look, right? To say I'm going to look for these, and I'm going to look what this GNPX actually looks kind of interesting. Big pullback, and now it might be coiling higher. especially if you're doing something like this off the open, right? If I'm going to short something, AZ might be an interesting short. But yes, the question becomes, when it's time to actually get filled on these in kind of a systematic way, what do the fills look like? And that's what we need to take a look at, right? So this glue is doing very well for us, while it's kind of wiggling around here and trying to move higher. This GMPX didn't do well for us because we were probably in it right here before it fell. Right, and you can change these if you want a little bit more liquid names, right? I would drop in like the S&P 500 list, right? Because these are going to move slower. So, but the fills are going to be much easier. So it's intriguing. We'll say that, and I will be very interested to see what happens when we, put rubber to the road and start testing it and see what occurs when we're testing it, and see if, again, because even if there is there will be some degradation. That's without a doubt. There always is when you go from a back tested system to a real system. The question is how much, because even if it's a lot, the numbers that this money machine, like, let's just do a replay for Friday with so this is going to replay all of Friday, very quickly. I think it replays all Friday very, very quickly. Um, right, you can see the numbers, and this is on the S&P 500. You can see the numbers start to get pretty crazy, pretty sick. So even if you take these and cut them in half, you're probably still a pretty happy camper, right? So currently there's a wait list for the money machine. So you need to be a premium subscriber, and then you need to enter the wait list. The thing is with that, because of the liquidity concerns, we just want to make sure it's not open to absolutely everyone. Currently, we're only going to allow trading through a broker called Alpaca, which we will talk a little bit more about when, again, it's through its testing. But the idea is you want a zero commission broker that allows algorithmic trading inside of it, right? Because slippage is going to be one thing that we're going to test, but then you also don't want to be paying heavy commissions, right? So, for example, E-Trade is something that we have tested, but their API sucks, right? So you want someone who can very reliably send orders and crunch orders through the system, in a way that you're not like super worried about. So, right, that's the you have to we have to balance those things. So Alpaca is a good broker because they are a zero commission broker that is built from the ground up to be, like, their whole thing is that they are a broker for algorithmic and systematic style trading, right? And that this is what this is, right? I be doing WebSockets now. That's interesting. I didn't know that. So I'll make a note of that. For those who don't know, WebSockets is just a way to um, quickly send information to from one platform to another, right? So you can have different platforms communicating with each other back and forth with WebSockets. Um, but yeah, so we're going to start with Alpaca, and then obviously we're going to expand it out. I don't know what things like pricing and all of that's going to be. It's going to wait until we test it. If we're really on to something, it's not going to be cheap, right? It's going to be something that, right, if it literally just sits there and on most days, it won't every day, but on most days makes money by doing this rotational type system, then yeah, it's something that we're going to have to figure out how to price it in a way that is still profitable for most of our clients, but then at the same time, we don't want to let everybody in and have the liquidity all dry up. So it's this kind of self-balancing type of mechanism we have to figure out. But so far. And while everybody waits, it's available now on the web. If you sign in, you can watch it all day. And one thing that I've been doing, like there's a video on the channel. One thing I've been doing is each morning is doing the up gappers and down gappers, and just kind of watching them tick around on the open.
Michael?
Very.
So I've been listening for the last 5 minutes or so. You're talking about the money machine. So my question, well, of course, in Canada, we do not have access to alpaca, number one. So that's a bit of a bummer. But the other thing is, how many iterations of the money machine are we going to do? Because I understand the idea of the concept of having to test it with real money, no commission, and see what the slippage is. But what sort of iterations? For instance, the change from the 5 minutes, the change from the 30 minutes, the change from the open, the change from the close. I mean, these will all get vastly different results. And so I'm just wondering, like, like how many different iterations are we actually going to test before we say, I would run with these 3 iterations, and we're satisfied with that, if that makes sense.
Yeah, they're gonna have to come up with something. What I think would probably happen is it's going to end up being a risk question more than anything, right? Like I mentioned, I personally don't think I would do, the mega low float craziness stuff and just let a system kind of completely handle those. So I may then gravitate to the S&P 500 names. I like the races better than the tree maps personally, because they're slower still. So I think like what they may want to look at doing is to take it and say, okay, let's do like a risk profile survey. Right. And if you're really, really risky and you're really, really okay with taking large risks, then here's some settings to look at. Right. And if you're more of a low risk person, here's some settings to look at, and different things like that, I think would make the most sense to gravitate that way.
But even that, though, unless they test by saying, okay, we've tested a low risk system and it works, it works pretty well. We've also tested a high risk system. Now, 4 days, it really worked incredibly well. The one day it didn't. And, you might have given back all your gains. See what I'm saying? I mean, people don't want to have to choose, they just want to be told, okay, this is what you should, like right now, what they're viewing right now is what they want, obviously, because you're showing them. I can't do that because if I run the web-based version with my downloadable app, my system really starts to slow down. So I can't run it concurrently, but I do run it at the end of the day, just like you said, to do a replay. And that's what people want, obviously. I mean, they don't. So I'm just not concerned. Concerned is the wrong word. I'm just wondering, like, how in the world, because we've got to test this. Okay, present it in a way that, okay, I understand what you mean. Low risk, you can try this. High risk, you can try this. But we've tested both, and they both work. But you have to be prepared sometime on the high risk that you could like draw into your account a lot more than on the low risk. I don't know. I mean, how do you think that'll work?
Well, yeah, again, I think they're going to have to test multiple versions, but I think what will happen is if you tested how I would do it, if I was structuring the test, would be I would find whatever the most illiquid option was, and I would test that heavily, right? Because the system will really hinge on your ability on fills, right? That will be the whole make or break kind of moment, right? Because the numbers that it's showing are certainly correct, but they are correct for assuming a last price fill, right? So what we know in the real world, you don't get a last price fill, unfortunately. You get a bid or ask fill. So what I would do is I would structure it on kind of first a worst case scenario. So, let me run it on lower volume stocks that aren't so low volume that it's, stupid. No one would ever trade them. But let me run it on a lower volume scenario. And let me test that. And if it survives that, then start to test different scenarios after that. I don't know what they're going to do, but that's how I would do it. But other than that, you just open up 3 or 4 accounts, right? And you do one with the SP 500 names, you do one with the the low float names, and maybe 3 or 4 different settings, and then you just publish all the results of them and let people choose, right? So you could put together like a website that says, okay, here's, if you run it off this is what we found for an average gain. This is what your the volatility of those gains looked like, and all that kind of thing. And then you would just show everybody the data, and they could just say, okay, I want the smaller gain that's more consistent, or I want the larger gain because I'm okay with flexibility. And you'd let the user decide based off of that. And that's
Now, Michael, I think last week Steve said that he thought maybe this week, or is it too premature, that we'd actually be able to run it in the simulator?
no idea.
Okay.
No idea.
Okay. Okay. I'll touch base with him again because
I would. Now, if he said that the devs would be done this week, I would
add a couple of weeks,
add a month to that, and then go from there. It's like, again, I would say it's like when someone comes to remodel your kitchen, right? Like, oh yeah, it'll take a week, and then they like move your fridge, and there's a giant hole in the back or something. Like, oh, right. Just every estimate I've ever gotten from a dev has been, it's been a little premature.
Right. Okay. All right, my friend. Well, listen, it's 12:59 Eastern time now, so I'll let you go. Thanks again for spelling me, and I guess we'll see you next week.
I feel like a slacker.
Yeah.
Okay. See you, man.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Okay, guys, I've taken over the screen. Let me get back into the other room. Oh, no. There we are. Okay, guys, I'm in both rooms now. I want to get rid of the message and then get my music going, and then we're good to go. Okay. Did Michael or answer your question, Bill? I'm not 100% sure. Is there a way to, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Is there a way to watch it on one monitor without it shutting the platform on the PC? I don't know what you mean by that exactly. When you say watching, are you talking about watching that the visual money magic, or whatever the heck it's called, the money machine? Is that what you're talking about? Because you can only have one version of Trade Ideas running at a time, if that's what you're talking about. Okay, yeah, you can't do it. Yeah, unfortunately, you can't do it. Not yet, anyway. I think down the road. Seems crazy that you can't have. Well, I tell you, down the road, that'll be available in the app. Okay, in the app application. So you won't have to switch over to the web-based version. Okay, so that's what I was told anyway. So you'll be able to watch it just like in the app. It'll be a channel or something in the downloadable application, and then you won't have this the hassle of having to switch back and forth and getting out of one and getting into the other and not having them both up and running. That's what I've been told. Okay, guys. Now, wow, the last time I saw this MNPR, it was nowhere near this price of $20. Yeah, look at this. It was down around the 16 level. So there's the MNPR on the move here. And by the way, did Michael show you this? I know you guys were talking about, well, wanting to maybe sort on a 5 minute percent change or whatever, like some other column. Okay. Because I don't know if Michael showed you this. I don't know if you can see my screen, but I can pick right from here as long as I have the column header. Well, the problem with IB is that it's not commission free, Maggie. Okay, that's the problem with IB. It's not commission free with the API that I know they've got a light version which is commission free, but we can't use our API, or we can't get it working. Okay, so with IB, you're going to be charged a commission, and you know that we don't know. I mean, maybe a half a cent a share is not going to be the end of the world. I don't know, but it's going to cut into the profits. That's why Alpaca, with it being commission free and having what Michael was calling, I heard the end of that, like sort of a friendly API as opposed to E-Trade. So again, I don't know if Michael showed you this. So in my relative strength leaders from the close, there's a little up arrow, a couple, and I can get rid of that. Okay. But if I want to see that as a drop down to quickly go to different sorts, I can remember how to do it. Tree map sort, yes. So you right click on it and go to tree map sort menu. Okay. And you see how this pops up. So now, as long as I have the column header in the top list, I can just quickly do it from here, if that makes sense. I don't know if Michael showed you that. Somebody was asking about doing a different sort. So if I do the change from 5 minutes, there it is. Which isn't bad, because now what this is showing me, well, you don't know if you're going to care about commissions, though, Roman. We don't know. What if commissions really affect it? Okay, I mean, commissions could really, really affect it in a serious way. We don't know. We don't. I mean, Michael, I know we talked about it because we don't know about the slippage. Slippage obviously could be a huge factor. You want to take the trade right here, but by the time you get into the trade, it's 3 or 4 cents more, and you keep doing that, over and over and over again. It can really obviously cut into your profits. So this all has to be tested. Now, if you wanted to just run it manually, using IB, you could do it right now. Take the top three, but I would probably want to have a heat map or tree map that is not, moving stocks in and out so quickly. Maybe a 30-minute change or something, but you could take the top three, trade them, and then when the one drops out, you have to get out of it quickly, and then get in the new one. That's why we're saying automation is the way to go if we can figure out a way to do it. See, this one wouldn't be that as difficult because the top three remain for quite a while if you're just looking for the change from the open or change from the close. Okay, you do get the odd, obviously maybe GNLN will finally get out of here and Amex might come in, but on the other hand, then you're taking these and as a trader, I would hate to take something right now and glue and then watch it go back down to 9, and just because it's still in the top three, I'm going to leave it there. You know what I mean? I mean, that's the so while you could literally probably do this with IB because you're not going to get stocks moving in quickly as much, but that's probably why I don't know what the money machine is based on. Change in 30 minutes, maybe change in 10 minutes. But then you heard my when I was talking to Michael, okay, but how many different scenarios are we going to test with real money? You know, the change in 5 minutes, change in 10 minutes, change in 30 minutes, change from the open. Michael was talking about take the SPY and all, you know. So how are we going to handle that? And that's why, you know, it's not right around the corner. I mean, we're end of October right now. I would expect it hopefully sometime in the first quarter of 2025 if it works. Meanwhile, look at Porch guys, PRCH. Now this is coming into potentially a lot of resistance, and there are actually shares available to short for me at Interactive Brokers. But look at this monthly chart and look where it is. Well, OKLO is not lagging anymore, guys, is it? Remember, I was talking about this one last month, saying, "Man, is it really? It really is lagging the other three, or the other two." At that point, there were just the two, the SMR and the NNE. They're saying this is really lagging those, but it is not lagging it now, or them now. So the one that's really lagging still is the LTBR. But notice that LTBR, which had done I don't know, a few reverse splits. Look where it is in its lifetime range. I mean, it may not matter that much, but you know, it's if we could have a lifetime candle for this stock, and where it says 4.4% in red, that would mean it would be right at the low here. Okay, you know, again, imagine a big lifetime candle it'd be right at the low of that candle, whereas OKLO, SMR are lifetime highs, as an example. Only yeah, but that's not in simulation mode, Casey. Okay, yeah, it works on the view. The view you see, sure, it works. But understand, you may not get in real time. Like when we test it in our simulator, which still will not have anything to do with slippage, but at least it'll be commission free. And then to see how well it does work in the simulator. But understand, real world, when you've got slippage, I mean, it could be different. But right now, yeah, what you're seeing, we're not fudging it. Okay, it's just it's doing what it's doing, but with the best possible scenario. And the other thing too is in the view mode that you're watching it. Yeah, it is the best possible scenario. But what happens if even in our simulator? Okay, so we want to take, let's just say at the very beginning of the day, it wants to take glue, GNLN, and HCTI. How quickly? I mean, I don't know if they can take these trades absolutely concurrently or they have to do it one after another. Maybe it's concurrent. I don't know. I don't know how the developers are going to handle that. Okay, as an example. And then to get out of a trade immediately, you know, and then to take the next trade immediately. I don't know how concurrent it's going to be. In the view mode, there's no issue that you're seeing. There's no issue whatsoever. But you can see, I mean, that's why, sure. I mean, what is it costing? $2,000 or something to get on that list? Or is it two? I don't even know, 1,000 or $2,000. But you know, we're not going to charge people pretty, unless we can test it with real money. Yeah, serve. My goodness, serve. Just look at that from 11:50 to 12, just like that. And again, still has room. Big room. I mean, look at the room it's got. 1827 is the next high. Looking left. All right, guys. Let's see. I'm just looking at the SPY now. It's still positive, but falling. It's basically since there was the pre-market high, I think up here. So ever since then, it's been sliding downward. Lower highs are being made. All right, guys. One last look at my homepage and the information you can find there, including the nice promo that we've got for 25% off. Okay, now clicking on my homepage link, again, right at the very top here, you've got a promo code that you can use to get 25% off the first month only or the entire year. Just use Barry25. Okay. And again, if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use the code. That'll really help to keep the room free. And if you do take out a subscription, you must do the getting started. 10 short videos to get you started. Okay. Download and install, first startup and login. Let's scroll down here. Important introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. Okay. New to trading, Trading 101 is for you. Series of videos, all free. If you were in the YouTube room, I don't know if Michael talked about it at all, but Michael Noss put this together. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it here. It is free, of course. Trade of the week is also free. Now, I see what is Bitcoin doing right now? Oh, it's still pretty good. Well, let's take a look at IBIT because this was the trade of the week to take it over $39. And it is still over $39. So now how you trade it, if you trade it, is up to you. Okay. But it did trigger. So if you took it now, then how you manage it will be up to you. Now I know in the email you get, there is a suggested stop area, probably based on a moving average. So just be aware of that. And education section is here. Now, sorry, if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Education section is here. And before I get to my scan, so if you clicked on my homepage and scroll down, if you want to see my scans that I'm currently sharing, and just give me one moment and I'll be right back. Really? Okay. Let me check the email. I'm surprised. Normally, he always has, like underneath a certain moving average. Let me see if I can dig up that email. But I'm sure you're right. I'm sure, but I bet you that's an oversight because I do not like the way Microsoft will allows you to get rid of your favorites and then put them back. A pain in the butt. Give me a moment. Edge, I should say Edge, not Microsoft, but Edge. All right, trade of the week. Let me read it. What it says. Yeah. Okay. So now he's saying, yeah, we suggest you play your entry accordingly to what fits your style of risk management, which includes where your stop is going to be. So yeah, normally he says, okay, a move down to a certain moving average, but I guess he's leaving it up to you. And oh, so you brought it up. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. Normally he has a stop, but I don't know, for whatever reason, he said, okay, guys. So yeah, looking at my homepage and then scrolling down, and then here is the all the scans that I'm currently sharing. Okay. Okay. So here are the scans I'm currently sharing. This is the race that you can see. The biggest gain is from the start of the race. The halts or zooms is over here. Now I did a reboot. Okay, I've traded it is slightly after noon, so that's why the halts or zooms are all gone from earlier on. Also, a new set of winners in the race. This starts off new again. Also, so there's the upside movers versus the downside movers. I am sharing this one. The momentum scan is right there, and then the don't repeat 10-day daily break, excuse me, 10-day daily breakout. Again, not a full list because I did a reboot of trade ideas. So you can take a look at the scans and you can pick and choose what you might like. You can ask me questions about them. Okay, so William, we'll keep the room open till around 4, okay, this afternoon. So again, when I shut down YouTube, anybody who's in YouTube, I'll give the link to get into the what I call the main room. Then you can head over and listen to William, okay? Not listen, sorry, not listen. Nobody's on the no. Sorry about that, William. Nobody's on the mic, and there's no screen sharing, but there's still plenty of traders in the room. Well, I hesitate to say this won't do it, but I mean the GNLN. I mean, if it gets close to that 5 level, and it's at 4 right now, you get ton of volume coming in, and maybe popping it up close to that 5 level, and then taking out 5 and run. It could run. It could run at the end of the day, but that's we need some volume to come in. I see there are 2,200 shares available. Interactive brokers are short now. For the GNLN, not that I want to, but it's interesting that there were none virtually all day, but I guess there's been some short covering. Yeah, at Interactive Brokers. Okay, I can only speak for IB. The LZN pops, okay. Or AZN, sorry, AZN. That's a big pop. I mean, look at the volume that came in. Yeah, look at the volume that came into AstraZeneca, AZN. I mean, this was earlier in the day. You know, the European Union approved their drug. Okay, this drug here. That was earlier in the day, though. I mean, I'm actually seeing that news at 3:04 in the morning. Okay, Eastern time. So this is this is a 3:04, and so that was the news. But why this is happening? This is happening right now. Don't know. But definitely look at the volume that came in here. I mean, it's traded 2.5 million, and almost about over a quarter of it is right here in this 5-minute candle or 5-minute bar. Yeah, Mira new highs. Yes, you're absolutely right. MIRA, we saw this one earlier, pulled back. Probably a low float, pretty low float, 11 million in the float. Just made a high of the day, but take a look on the monthly chart. Looks like $2 or so. 193 is the next high. If it can take that out, wow, 279 is the next high. If it can take this out on the monthly chart, or to bring that back a weekly chart. It's the same as a month, same as the week. So the next high is 194. Takes that out, then your next high in the weekly is around 271. Certainly is room. Okay, guys. Well, listen, I'm not really seeing too much that I want to trade right now. So if you have questions, a good time. So this is a bit of a reversal scan here, guys. The PHG, okay, this is a gap down and trying to reverse a little bit here. PHG, this is an earnings play. It's a pretty big gap down. It's still down 15%. It's a big float, almost a billion in the float. That's a big move with that sort of a float, but it is trying to come back a bit. So my trade in glue, I mean, I'm not in it anymore, but I mean, my trade in glue question is review my trade in glue. So on again, I did a reboot, okay, so of trade ideas, but glue showed up right around 10:30, sorry, 9:30 Eastern time in my 10-day daily breakout. So I was very aware of it. And we were aware of it in the pre-market, okay? And I actually, if people were in when I started talking at 9 o'clock, I basically said, "This is one we've got to watch, guys." Based on the press release, the $150 million payment to them by Novartis, a big company. So I'm assuming everything is completely above board. So I said, "This has got to be watched." Okay, I mean that's an eye-catching press release. Bottom line is that I ended up taking this first time just over 7, and I was hoping it would, really rip, but it didn't. So I took a little loss, got in again just over 7. I'm sorry, it was probably 8. I'm sorry, it was 8, 8, 8, 8. No, it was 7. It was 7. Looking at my, it was 7. And I should have been in here. That's right, on this 8 break. So I tried it a couple of times. I lost a little the first time, basically got flat the second time, and then got in the third time right around that 718 mark again. I know I took some off around 750, to just in case it was going to do its thing again. It got over 8, and I said, well, and I took some off over 8, and then I said, I'll get out if it gets down below 8 again, and that's what I did. Got out. My mistake, I suppose, was not getting back in here on that break right there at 11:30. So that was kind of what I did with the glue. And then our AI had it at 7:12. So right around here, 7:12, right around here. Mira, 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 mira. I won't say it. Okay, I will. On the wall, guys, look at this MIRA now. It's starting to, again, 191 is the next high in the weekly. And after that, 269, which I'm not saying it's going to get into here, but it's got to take this out on the weekly. And there you go. William says he traded it short 5 times today. Yeah, there are shorts available. Interactive Brokers, 114,000. Not that I want to short, but always of interest to me. Now, this one could start to curl. Where's the VWAP? Oh, it's way. So that's not a VWAP play at all. So, William, a while back, you said that Fun and DJT have disconnected. Yes, they have. Well, it's amazing. The overhang with the CEO leaving right here on that day, still affecting it, looks like. And are you talking about the MNPR, William? Is that the one you're talking about? That was the drug deal the other day, one that went crazy. Is that the one? But they did say, so when you say not guaranteed, you said, but they do have. I mean, they are suggesting that they'll get if the drug works. I thought it said. Oh, I see. Eligible for future payments of up to $2.1 billion in development, regulatory, and sales milestones. So that doesn't cut it. I see. Okay. Okay, guys. Mira is above that weekly high now. MIRA is now it's got two to contend with. Well, $150 million seems like even for a company like Novartis. I mean, doesn't that seem like a lot of money just here? No strings attached here. So I don't know which. No, well, there's no way to speed it up. No way. You mean this? No way to speed it up because the filters have to be met, right? So for a stock to show up here, it just means that if you're wanting, if you're wanting, oh, I see. Okay, thank you, William. Okay, I mean, if you're just wanting more alerts, then you'd have to reduce the filter values. Is that what you mean? This is very active and right off the bat, though. So if you want more alerts, I mean, right now it's a Mira 136 plus 41 seconds. So that was not quite a minute ago, half a minute ago. So if you want to cash the stock faster on the upside, I don't understand. I mean, you have to see it at the beginning, okay, at the very beginning. The problem is just because you get an alert right off the bat doesn't mean it's going to do, what Mira or any of the other ones that you have seen now after the fact do. So you can always, I mean, the momentum scan will always catch the stock early, but it doesn't mean that it's going to keep going. Okay, that's always the it's always the question. How can I see these things before they start to move? Well, you can't. You just don't know. I mean, just don't know if something is going to move 100%. Maybe you get the money machine. Yeah. I mean, look at laser here. I know we talked about laser right here. Okay. If you see my 15-minute chart. So that was at 11. I think it actually showed up. Pretty sure it might have shown up on my 10-day daily breakout. But there's no way of knowing that laser just was going to go from 11 all the way up to 13. Okay. There's no way to know that 100%. So, so what if you taken that right here? In this case, it would have worked. But what if it dropped immediately? I guess my point is you can catch that move. You can see this move, but there's no guarantee it's going to, keep doing this. I mean, I wish there were. But this is what I was saying with the race, because sometimes the race, you'll see a stock come out of nowhere and because it's moving up in the race, but it could be not necessarily that high in terms of the change from the close of yesterday or even the open, but now it's starting to move. That's why I'm saying click on some of these and see what they're doing, or click on them and see if they've pulled back to a level that looks like it could hold, and then bounce off. The glue. This is one that, I mean, if it takes out the high, not a low float, 60 million. So it's not crazy low, but I mean, if it takes out that high on some volume, I mean, it could still have a run into the close. Could. And I think when we looked at the monthly chart, we saw that it had some room. I think. I don't think I looked at the monthly chart. 1096. Yeah. Wow, it's right there. That's the high of that month right there. 1096 of that month, which is November of 2022. Let's back it out a little bit more. That's the same. Wow, look at this, guys. Okay, so we've got two highs, 1096 and 1095. Monthly highs, and it's just breaking above again. But here's the high. There's the high to maybe shoot for. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but there's the next high on the monthly chart, and that is 1262, and that was back in July, so a little over 2 years ago. There it goes, guys. It's starting to move again. So, guys, look at the porch now. The PRCH. Again, this is one we just saw kind of late in the pre-market. I didn't have this on my list until the very, very end. So very late in the pre-market, but man, oh man, what a nice run without really any pullback at all on the 5 minute on the 15-minute chart. And if you follow Steve Gomez, you know that he loves the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. That's that yellow line. And you can see it's just been hugging it all the way up, has never breached it. But again, I look left and I see all like if it can take out, say, I don't know, 220, then the next high on the monthly chart is way up here at 365. So another huge difference between glue and MNPR. I mean, look at the float. MNPR, the float is 1.9 million. That's why you could do this craziness. Went from 446 all the way up to $39, $38. And that's because, of course, it had the float of only 1.9 million. Glue has a $60 million float. My guess is that if Glue had a $2 million float or like that, you'd probably see Glue doing something even, well, I mean, listen, it's already doing something pretty spectacular. It's 132%, but obviously, if Glue had a lot less shares in the float, this would be up a lot more. But I mean, it's still up 132%. So it has traded the float. 73 million have traded so far, and the float is 60. So it has traded the float today. Okay, guys. So I have been now for the last few days at around 2 o'clock. I've been putting myself on mute. Okay. And I'm here. I'll answer questions. I'll hop back on the mic if there's some questions. Yeah, Harry. I mean, obviously, we just try to catch them on that day. I mean, I have no feelings for anything that's going to keep going that has that low of a float. Okay. But you're absolutely right. Normally, they just kind of fall, but they can always, I mean, this got up to what, $21, $22. Friday's high was 27. I'm going to put an alert there at 27 and see if it takes it out tomorrow. Because if it does take it out tomorrow, traders will be looking at this area up here and thinking, wow, I wonder if we could get close to that 38 again. Here's a Bitcoin play, guys. BitDeer, BTDR, another Bitcoin play. Another one coming into a monthly high, $9. If it can take that out, wow, 12, almost 13. But of course, Bitcoin has to be moving higher for that to happen. Sweet green. Yeah, look at that. You're right. We're right, William. Look at that move on Sweet Green, SG. And look at the volume that came in. So the volume right now is about 1.9 million. So a little less than a third of it is right here. So somebody somewhere decided I like it and I want to buy some because that's. But look what happened, right back down. Well, what did it get up to? It got up to 40.20 and dropped a dollar. Hello and good afternoon, and I'm fine. How are you? And which scan is showing SG? Okay, right here. I mean, it could have been earlier too, but right there, if you look at the movers to the upside versus movers to the downside, I don't know if you can see it at the very bottom. Oh, Rajesh. Okay, Rajesh. Okay, this was showing up here. You can see my screen right at the very bottom here. SG, 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 SG. Would not have shown up in the momentum scan because my minimum relative volume has to be 3. Okay. So it's only 1.4, but it did show up here. I don't think I have a relative volume filter in here. I have a volume filter in here. In other words, it has to be It has to be doing well. This is pretty dramatic, but it has to be, like 1,000 or 500% of normal, something like that, on a 1 minute. See what it actually is. Yeah. So the volume in the last minute has to be at least 300% of normal. Okay, that's that. Which obviously that would fit the bill. I mean, this one's sort of interesting, I guess. Annex, ANIX. I don't like the fact that on the monthly chart there's 412. I mean, it may be far enough away, but I'm always reluctant to take something that's close, that is that close to the whole number. But some volume came in to ANIX. Oh well, okay, William, have you convinced me to short glue? No, I thought maybe this was breaking down through this, but no. Okay, guys, you know what? I'm going to put myself on mute right now. I'm still here. Okay. So if you have a question, don't be shy, ask away. If I have something that I want to point out, I'll get back on the mic. But right now, I'm just going to put myself on mute. Okay, guys. So muting myself now. Hey guys, I'm going to take off now. I want to really concentrate on this glue. I popped over 12, came right back down. I want to see if it gets back over 12 again. So I want to concentrate on this. So thanks for all the help all day long. I'm going to put the my homepage in the YouTube room. Hopefully, there you go. So if you click on my homepage link at the very top, you'll see something that says trading room. If you want to head over to the trading room, it'll be open. William will keep it open until about 4 o'clock Eastern time. So I keep that link there. So I'm putting myself on mute now. And first, I'm going to stop the screen sharing. And then I'm muting myself in the main room. And then I'm shutting down our YouTube room right now. So again, thanks for all the help, guys.